All right, we are now live.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thanks to everybody attending our regularly scheduled city council meeting for 6 o'clock this Thursday, September 3rd. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Babcock,
Present.
Councilmember Bacon,
Present.
Councilmember Watson,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregg,
Here.
Mayor Stevens.
Here. Thank you very much. And then I will make a motion to approve the agenda with one amendment. That we move communications from the audience, which is in section 3, communications, to in between the business agenda items, in between items 2.1 and 2.2, so as to allow folks to comment on the interview process and anybody that's calling in, just to be able to give their opinions before we deliberate or discuss selection of a city attorney. So is that a second?
Second.
Okay. Wonderful. All those any discussion on that?
Seems well considered.
Yep. I just want to make sure folks have an opportunity to weigh in, before a decision's made. So, I wanted to put it in there. All right, great. So thank you for that. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Great. That passes unanimously. Our next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes. We have 2 minutes on our discussion. I will look for a motion on these.
Motion to approve.
I believe you said a motion to approve, and you're referring to the first minutes, and correct, the regular city council meeting from August 24th.
Council meeting, August 24th, 2020.
Good. Wonderful. And that was seconded by Councilmember Babcock. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Wonderful. And we still have one more a little bit of a long day. One more document on our minutes. I'll look for a motion on those.
I will move approval of the second listed minutes on our agenda.
Great. Is there a second?
Second.
Yep, seconded by Councilmember Bacon. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Wonderful. Those passed unanimously. Before we get into our first business agenda item, I will take a point of privilege to just say we're going to be asking individual questions of these candidates. We have slotted out 45 minutes per interview. I would ask that any member of that it will be interviewed, keep that in mind when they're answering these questions. We hope to get through with our scheduled questions that we had talked about last week within about a 20-minute time frame, which leaves around a little bit over 2 minutes to answer each question. That, of course, is up to your own discretion because we will want to ask some follow-up questions of individual council members after the questions that we had discussed are asked. I ask everybody to be respectful of their time and save their questions for the attorney candidates for after they answer the questions, so we can do that in follow-up and make sure that they all get an equal opportunity to answer what we've laid out. For the purpose of just simplicity, I think if it's okay with the council, I'm actually just going to ask the questions that we had discussed previously through and through. I'm going to ask them in the exact same format of each individual candidate. And then I will do a round robin basically to other folks if they have follow-up questions for these attorneys. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yeah, just let us know if you get tired or anything.
I shall. Thank you very much for that consideration. All right, Mr. Brookover, I believe we have it here. Is there anybody else from your team that's going to be joining us today?
No, thank you.
Great. So did you understand everything that I was saying with there, and you have a clear understanding of kind of how this interview is going to work?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, sir. So I will get straight into it. What would you like to add to your RFP response that you did not previously include?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, it occurred to me that I didn't really do a very good job of putting myself in your place in my response to the RFP, because I want to thank you for your service. The reality here is the most important thing is that you feel comfortable with your choice. You have 3 other excellent firms that you can choose from, and I don't think you can really make a wrong choice on behalf of the citizens of East Lansing. Given that, there are a couple things I'd like to add or supplement. There seemed to be some confusion last meeting about the cost of my proposal, and I just want to clarify that. So I had examined your last city attorney bills, and I was under the impression, I could be wrong, that for a certain period of 12 months, the attorney fee bills were approximately $650,000. So I proposed a straight retainer setup, which with a deduction of about $120,000. Now, given the confusion, let me just say I'm perfectly willing, and also I had thought that the RFP was proposing a 1-year contract, which is what I tried to answer to. So that was on a 1-year basis. I'm perfectly happy to have variations on that, and I would say my hourly rates for the attorneys on my team would be $220 for me, Mr. Swan, and Mr. Scholes, and then $140 for Ms. Massey and Mr. Borma. And then within the confines of that, I'm delighted to put a cap on it of the $516,000, which I was proposing in terms of the actual retainer. Obviously, if somebody wants to negotiate a longer agreement, I'm open to that. However, I was simply responding the best I could to the RFP, which I thought was for a 1-year situation. Secondly, I guess the other thing I would add, and you have to understand, and with all due respect, the other 3 firms, I don't have a marketing department or a PR department. And one of the pratfalls of being around as long as I have in this town is I haven't kept a running list of all the things I've done. And so you got to forgive me because honestly, I've forgotten some of the things I've done. And so there's a whole lot of things that I've done in the course of my career that are consistent with your requirements and your qualifications, including but not limited to Open Meetings Act, Freedom of Information Act, planning and zoning, election law, ballot proposals, criminal law in terms of misdemeanor work, which is the main thing that you have happening in your district court, which really frankly hasn't even been discussed yet. Section 425 agreements between municipalities, and then attachment and detachment. So that's just a short list within the confines of my memory. The other thing I would simply add is it's always been a mystery to me why the city had 2 separate law firms, one for labor and one for everything else. I think you can see from either Googling me or looking at the RFP that I've always done a lot of labor work. And so the reality is within the universe I gave you of the costs, I'm perfectly willing to do labor work in all its different guises. So I think that's my answer to your question, Mayor.
Thank you very much, sir, for that response. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are not just words in this city. What racial justice work has your firm been involved in? And how does diversity show in your firm? And how does inclusion matter?
Well, this is a toughie for me, and I may get a little emotional. Another pratfall of being around a long time is maybe a lot of you don't know much about my family, and I don't want to dwell on my family, but maybe one of the failures in my life has been living up to my father. And so it's always been in my mind to be a change agent at some level in terms of diversity and inclusion. And that's because as a practical matter, my dad set that standard. He was an expert witness in Brown versus Board of Education in the trial court in Topeka. He was an expert witness numerous times for the NAACP and school integration cases. And he was one of the 2 people that were elected in 1967 and made the difference in passing an open housing act in East Lansing. Now, turning to me As I said, I may have not lived up to his example, but I have tried to be a change agent in terms of my law practice. I've had female partners for several years. Unfortunately, about 3 or 4 years ago, they deserted me to retire to take care of grandchildren and other things. I have represented numerous African-American clients on all sorts of different cases. 2 of those people are on my list of references. And then I think just in terms of my personal activity in town, because at some level, you know, I have to acknowledge my firm is me. And so when I was on the school board, and it may still be occurring, I don't know, but there was always resistance to schools of choice. There was an improper labeling, and the supposition back when I was on the school board was that was kids of color were the only people that were coming into schools of choice. The irony of that is the majority of kids coming from Lansing at that time were white, not black, but that's a whole different thing. And so I attempted in whatever ways I could to make sure that we kept schools of choice, which frankly, a certain segment of the town didn't want for reasons that they can explain. And then the other thing in terms of the school board is a battle I may have lost, but I think a war that we might have won, which is, and again, I don't know what your experience is, and a lot of you are young relative to me. And so we had kind of a controversy as I was leaving the school board in 2010 and 2011 about school closures. And I started out living in the Red Cedar area, and Red Cedar developed into a remarkable school by the time I was on the school board. It was a truly integrated school. I suspect if anybody had ever done a research project nationally, Red Cedar would have been a school they would have picked to show what integration can be. And so we had a battle at the school board about closing Red Cedar. I didn't want to close Red Cedar. It did get closed, but in the end, I think the school board, the newer school board members decided that really wasn't a good thing. And I'm hopeful that Red Cedar will open and be again a truly integrated international school, really amazing school. But so I may have lost that battle, but I think maybe we're winning the war on that one.
Thank you for that response, sir. A developer has approached the council regarding a 4-acre city-owned property in the northern tier that they would like to redevelop into a senior care facility. The property recently became the city's as a part of a gift to the city and is not currently listed for sale. The former use of the property indicates that there may have been some environmental contamination on the site. The developer has stated that they would need to utilize brownfield tax increment financing to address any site contamination that may exist. What factors do you recommend the council consider in response to this request?
Well, let me just say, as a preface to these next few questions, I'm assuming that all of these questions are hypotheticals, because I certainly don't want to get into a situation where I'm giving advice about anything that could be occurring currently. And as you know, there are things that are occurring currently. They occur all the time. So within that hypothetical, I guess I would approach that the same way I would approach any other problem for any other client, municipal, governmental, or otherwise. And this particular question, I don't know, Mayor Stevens, if you're the author of this or it's the city manager, but this is like a law school exam question in the first year of property class. And the reality here is there are a lot of moving parts. And understand that my guiding principle in being city attorney, if I'm fortunate enough to get the job, is to manage and assess risk management. I want to keep you out of court. I don't want us to be in court. And I want to conserve the resources of the city and the taxpayers. So within that preface to these next few questions, among other things, I would be concerned about the form of the gift. What restrictions, if any, were on the gift? For instance, in White Hills Park, White Hills School, there are restrictions on what those properties can be used for. So obviously, if it's a gift, the city doesn't want to somehow violate those restrictions. Secondly, there are, as you know, charter requirements on the sale of city-owned property. I think it's section 4.8B. I have been concerned in the last 4 or 5 years that in some situations, we maybe didn't pay enough attention analyzing what our power was or wasn't in terms of the sale of the property. So in this particular situation, you're talking about a private individual gaining access to city-owned property, apparently to the exclusion of other potential bidders. And I'd be very concerned about that. Third, obviously, in terms of this kind of situation, I would think the council would want to be very attentive to the comprehensive plan to make sure that this fits into the comprehensive plan. As you guys know, I was on the planning commission. I've represented people in opposition to projects in the last 4 or 5 years. I'm a comprehensive plan person, and I think that's the law, and the council has to be cognizant of that. As we would go through this process, I would be concerned about making sure we follow the Open Meetings Act. I would be concerned about any possible city liability for contamination. I would have hoped that we would have examined that issue before we took the gift. So in other words, the hypothetical you're giving me leaves out a few facts on that. And then obviously, if the council wanted to go ahead, then the council and the city manager would have to go through the necessary steps under the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority and the TIF policy resolution, which was, I think, passed in 2017. Finally, I really am always concerned about the various constituent groups in East Lansing, and neighborhoods are always important. So I would want the council, just as a matter of course, to be very transparent and very communicative with the neighborhood or neighborhoods involved in any proposition like that. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. The council and neighborhood leaders are quite upset regarding a property in the Pinecrest neighborhood that is unkempt. The grass is several feet high. There are strange smells wafting from piles of materials clearly visible on the property, and there are unpermitted structures on the premises. Previous attempts over the years to bring enforcement action have resulted in protracted legal dispute that resulted in an unfavorable outcome for the city. Yet issues persist. What advice would you give to the council?
Well, again, hypothetically,
Yep.
I'm concerned that you haven't given me enough facts here, because as you know, my general background is civil litigation. And the first issue that comes to mind in your hypothetical here is what happened in the protracted legal dispute that resulted in an unfavorable outcome for the city? Because the reality is any advice I would give you would have to be within the confines of what previously happened. And so, like all of these facts, or all these hypotheticals, and like I do with all my clients, with all due respect to you, Mayor, I would want to make sure the facts are what are being reported to me by the council, the city manager, city employees. Given that, though, in this situation, I would hope that there was still a path for enforcement, even given the prior litigation. I'm concerned in this particular example that that might not be the case. And if it was the case, then I think the path should be followed according to the applicable ordinances, which in this case would be the nuisance ordinances, the various zoning ordinances. And I would hope we'd still be able to enforce our ordinances against the landowner here. If for some reason there's a restriction on our ability to enforce them because of a prior court decision, it is possible that we would still be able to either file a nuisance action in circuit court or some sort of an injunction action in circuit court. Now, overlaying all of that is this. if we've previously received a negative decision from some court when we've tried to enforce the ordinances, then one of the primary things I would want to discuss with you confidentially is risk assessment. In other words, I don't ever want to be your attorney and have you bite off your nose to spite your face. Thanks. That's my answer.
Thank you, sir. In 2005, a building alteration was approved by the Building, Zoning, and Historic District Divisions, and work was completed to renovate a 2-unit duplex near downtown. The work completed in 2005 included modifications, including the removal of several units, or the separation of units, a kitchen, living areas, and adding bedrooms. These changes effectively made it into a 1-unit rental property. During a routine inspection, a housing inspector noticed the rental license currently on file with the city is still a Class 3 rental license for 2 units, with each unit being licensed for up to 2. He alerted the housing administrator, who has brought the issue to your attention. If there are currently 5 renters living in the building, what actions, if any, do you recommend?
And again, hypothetically, and I remain concerned that Councilperson Babcock has gone back to one of her bar review hypotheticals and
I
is
did not.
on us tonight. But that aside, first of all, like I said before, I think it's absolutely crucial to confirm the set of facts with the city employees. I would want specific conversations with the city employees involved, because the thing that leaps out at me right away on this hypothetical is, how did this happen? I mean, how did the duplex receive permission to make the changes into essentially a 1-unit housing situation? And then there was no, as I understand it, there was no change in the licensure. So I would be concerned to review the facts and make sure that under the law, the existing law, we didn't somehow waive some rights we had. If we haven't, then it occurs to me that under the rental housing ordinances, as I understand them, the end result here is that this is not in compliance with any existing license, even if it's the right one, because it's more than 4 unrelated people in one housing unit. And so again, I would follow a path looking at risk management, because again, I don't want you to walk into the valley of the shadow of death in terms of a litigation. It's just a waste of money and it's not intelligent. So I would ascertain if the city has, based on the waiver question, I would develop a strategy going forward, which either would deal with a current rental license or would go through our ordinance process and inspection process to effectively challenge the existing license and change it to a new license, which is consistent. However, and I've represented landlords on these issues, and there's a lot of landlord confusion in East Lansing over the years as a result of a number of different things. But the reality is, I don't think this is in compliance as it sits with 5 people. And we just have to figure out a way to enforce the law. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The city of East Lansing is attempting to obtain an easement over part of a private parcel of property to facilitate public purpose construction. The property owner refuses to grant the easement. What strategy would you recommend that the city council employ to obtain the easement?
Well, I've actually been on the other side of this situation. And I was involved in a case back in 2007, which I'll talk about in the next question, where I had a client who didn't want to cede some property to the city for an alley in one of the downtown subdivisions. And so if I was representing the city on this, I just follow the ordinances and the state statute, which is essentially there's a charter section 5.10, which gives you the right for condemnation. There's a state statute which sets forth the procedure for that. without getting into all the detail, in effect, what you do is, if the council decides it wants to go ahead, then what you do, or the city manager decides he or she wants to go ahead, then what you do is you attempt to negotiate a resolution. You get an appraisal, an assessment appraisal from an independent appraiser. You offer the property to the owner at that price. If it's rejected, then there's a specific process to follow, which involves, first of all, the city council passing a resolution and other specific items that are necessary under the ordinance and the statute. And then, I mean, my reading of the statute, my recollection is the landowner has a couple of chances to say, okay, I'll sell it to you. If not, then you have to file a lawsuit under the Uniform Condemnation Procedures Act in Ingham County Circuit Court. And just parenthetically, be aware that there's a business court in Ingham County, which Judge Dragonchuk is in charge of. Generally speaking, these municipal cases do not go to the business court. They go in a random draw to the other circuit court judges. And then there would be a procedure to follow in that situation.
Great, thank you for that. So moving into the next question then, give us an example of a zoning case that you or your firm handled that resulted in a favorable decision for your client municipality, and an example of a zoning case that you or your firm handled that did not have a favorable result.
Well, first of all, as city attorney, I would hope my advice would never lead you to zoning litigation. That's not to say I'm not going to tell you to enforce the law where necessary, but the reality is, given my experience pretty much on the other side of these things, I think a lot of times these things can be worked out. So the direct answer to your question is I have never represented a municipality in a zoning litigation. I have, however, represented the other side of zoning litigation, and an example would be City of East Lansing versus JJ Investment Properties, which is Ingham County file number 07-1304-CC. That's a 2007 case. You can look it up on the internet. And in that situation, the city filed a lawsuit against my client who didn't want to sell the property. And we ended up resolving that with a consent judgment that in effect involved a trade. And this was a rental landlord where the easement was traded for some considerations in terms of rental occupancy license.
Thank you very much, sir. Sorry, I was muted. By our charter, all contracts must be approved by the city attorney. This is a frequent requirement. Please tell us who will be involved in the review and how it will be billed.
George Brookover at his hourly rate of $220.
Thank you. A little bit less complicated than the other ones.
Maybe not.
maybe not. How accessible will our primary contact, the city attorney, be to council and staff for regular or urgent calls? Will they be available for on-site meetings, and how will you handle travel time?
Mayor, by looking at where you are, I think you're sitting in the city hall. Is that right?
That is correct.
If I can find a parking spot, I'm 7 minutes away. I'll be there in 7 minutes. I'll return your phone call or any other council's member's phone call or the city manager's phone call or any employee who's authorized to call me as quickly as I get the call. I have no problem attending your meetings. I will tell you that I have friends who tell me that I'm crazy for applying for this job. Maybe I am, but I don't think so. And part of my idea here is that it would be good for the city council to have somebody who can be an advisor and a counsel to them in every situation, and that would be my intent. I'm going to be there for you.
It's great to hear. So that concludes the questions that we had written out before. We wanted to give this opportunity, of course, for individual council members to ask follow-up questions that relate maybe individually to RFPs, because obviously each proposal is a little bit different in many different ways. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go a little bit round robin based on who's on my screen of folks that wanted to ask follow-up questions of this attorney. Emily, what's our time left?
I was just going to let you know we have 20 minutes remaining.
Perfect. We are right on schedule. I will go to Councilmember Babcock first because she's the first one on my screen.
Thank you. First, Mr. Brookover, I think we could just get you a scooter and you could just zip up and down Abbott Road. How's that?
Well, I have a scooter. Don't you know that?
I didn't know that.
Oh, no. Yeah, I have a lot of people in East Lansing know I have a scooter, and I scooter to court often.
There you go. All right. On a more serious note, because East Lansing prosecutes its misdemeanors, the city attorney has a lot of power over prosecutorial decisions, and particularly who gets charged with what. I've expressed concern recently that earlier this year, two youngish men, both adults who did exactly the same thing legally, were charged differently. Do you agree with my assessment is my first question. And my second question is, how would you oversee the prosecution of cases to ensure that that doesn't occur?
Well, let me preface it by saying this. I think everybody has to be equal under the law. I also believe that it's important that the city council understand that the police are there to protect us all. Black, white, Asian, foreign students, whomever. So the principle I would apply in terms of those situations is I would evaluate the case without reference to race or nationality or anything like that. Now, having said that, let me just suggest a couple things to you, which some of you may know and some of you may not know. So one of the complicating variables right now, as I understand it, and I believe that ASMSU looked at this earlier this year in January, is, and understand that I've done misdemeanor defense work for years, even when I was back at Foster Swift. One of the things that's happened in the last 10 or 12 years is the sentencing and charging for MSU students, and others for that matter, on our side of the river is different than for those same people who are charged other places in Ingham County. Now, don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that's relative to race, but another, quote, class, end quote, of people in our town, a university town, is students. And if you look at what the penalties are for pleas and how the charging goes in terms of the multiplicity of charges, and you compare us to the Ingham County Prosecutor's Office, the city of Lansing, Meridian Township, really all the surrounding jurisdictions, there is an issue there, which if I was the city attorney, fairly quickly, I would present that to the city council for you to take a look at, because I'm not sure exactly what happened, and I don't know when it happened, but I can tell you 10 or 12 years ago, the charging and the penalties were fairly consistent between the jurisdictions. I don't think that's the case anymore. And so, you know, I think that's an issue. The other thing is, maybe this is not in response to your question, and I think the council needs to be aware of the fact that under your charter and under state law, your ordinances, your criminal ordinances need to be recodified every 10 years. This is the 10th year. The city of Lansing got into this problem a few years ago. I can't tell you exactly when. I think it was 2018. You can go back and look at that, but there were many challenges to arrests and trials because the ordinances did not get recodified.
Right.
Those ordinances need to be recodified, I believe, between now and the end of December. And there's a process to do that, but I just don't know if you've received that advice previously this year. frankly, it's one of those things that people just don't even diary. I mean, it's not even thought of, but it is crucial because you can end up having no ordinances enforceable in January.
Thank you for that. And Councilmember Babcock, I'm going to make a round robin around,
Sure.
and then I'll come back to you if you do have a follow-up question. Councilmember Watson.
So your firm is the smallest firm on our interview list. And so I was wondering, what leg up do you feel that you have over the larger firms as we make our decision?
Councilperson Watson, I'm not very good at talking about myself. Okay. So, you're going to have to decide what the leg up is. I've tried to present you with the attributes that my firm has. I've tried to assemble a team of people that will cover all the things that need to be covered. Obviously, I'm just down the street. I've been going to the district court in East Lansing my whole career. I've been an advisor to people in East Lansing my whole career. I know where Mr. Lahannis's office is. I know where his secretary sits. I know where the judges are. I know where your department heads are. Many of them I've met. And so, I'm not trying to duck the question. That's for you to decide. But I think it's pretty obvious. And the reality is, I think I'm right here, immediately responsive, and in addition can cover, that's probably somebody trying to sell me Social Security or something like that. Anyway, and I think I can cover all of your needs as I've indicated in your RFP.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Greg.
Hi. Well, before I ask my question, since we're talking about a business relationship, I think it's important that I disclose that I believe you were a donor to my election campaign. So I want to get that out there. But my question really is, I'm not sure how to phrase this without asking you for legal advice. So maybe we can just fill that out. But I think one of the things that I have had the most frustration with as a council member since being elected is navigating the restrictions of personal liberties around the spread of coronavirus. So we have, we hold personal liberty to be very highly valuable in our country and in our city. But now we're faced with a public health pandemic where we are really forced to restrict people's movement. And that has caused a lot of problems for us in terms of enforcement and in terms of slowing the spread. And so legally speaking, that has been very frustrating. So I guess maybe I'm asking if you have experience with emergency management and the different types of legal actions that are possible under emergency orders, or if you have a strategy for dealing with problems that go over municipal boundaries. So we're dealing with a situation where we have different levels of authority, state, county, and local, and the collaboration and cooperation between those municipalities has been imperfect at best. So is there a question in that you feel like?
I think there's three questions, but let me take a shot at it. So no, I haven't been involved in enforcing emergency orders, even though to all of you, I'm probably ancient, but that really hasn't happened. But let me say this. I did have occasion back when you were going through the litigation, or not the litigation, the ordinance passage in terms of giving power to the mayor. And understand that I have a great deal of respect for the McGinty law firm. And when I read that particular ordinance, and I'm not giving you legal advice because I haven't looked at what's currently in place, but I have a concern about balancing individual liberties with these emergency orders. And I would indicate to you that your city charter, in fact, I don't have the section right here, but the city charter gives emergency powers to the mayor already. And the reason I know that is because when my dad was mayor and there were anti-Vietnam demonstrations in the streets, and the state police wanted to come in, and they couldn't come in unless they were invited by the mayor. Now understand, it's a city manager form of government, and this is the one situation where the mayor actually has some real operative power. But in that situation, the city manager and my father decided they didn't really want the state police in here banging heads.
There are 10 minutes remaining.
So what they did is they enforced the ordinance. My dad had emergency powers. They enforced an ordinance, and they went around and they would follow the police. The police would arrest the demonstrators. And my father, who had the emergency powers at that point in time, would immediately set bail at $5 and then hand the kid a $5 bill. So there are already some things in the city charter, and I haven't had a chance to compare what you've done recently with what's already in the city charter. Let me just, my wife told me I shouldn't make any editorial comments, okay? But let me just make one editorial comment. You know, I walked home yesterday from my office. I went back past Hannah Community Center at like 5:15. There were 15 to 20 college guys playing basketball with the sign saying you have to stay 6 feet apart, sitting right there. And of course, nobody was wearing masks and nobody was 6 feet apart. Now, I don't have a solution for that, but I'm concerned as we navigate through this together that this is going to happen over and over and over again. And that's why I also stress that there needs to be a cooperative relationship with your law enforcement people, because in the end, you've got to rely on them to enforce some of this stuff if you really want to enforce it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Councilmember Bacon, and then I have a couple of follow-up questions. Go ahead.
Yeah. Question just goes around. You are really familiar with the community and you're obviously embedded and know all the people. Do you see any challenges or conflicts in that? You've been on a lot of sides of a lot of the issues. This could be from a personal perspective or a professional perspective. Do you feel like that creates any unique challenges, or is that just kind of par for the course?
Well, let me, I think I understand what you're asking me, Mr. Bacon. So no, I don't think so, because I'm an attorney and I represent my client, and I have to have loyalty to my client. And if you give me the privilege of doing this job, you'll be the single most important client I have, without any question. So I've already said to you in my RFP response, I'm not going to get any conflicts of interest or anything like that. I kind of like to think that my experience on different sides of things is to your advantage, but somebody else will have to figure that one out. Now, let me answer a second part of your question. I think that's a little bit embedded in there, which is, do I maybe see rocky times ahead? Yeah, I see rocky times ahead. And I think it's a tough decision to make for all of you to decide on a city attorney, but you got to decide on a city attorney you can trust, who you want sitting at the table with you, and in the end, who you want standing in front of a jury for you, representing you. So
you hit it kind of dead on. And I think in these scenarios that are in front of us, going to be a lot of friends and other types of things and a lot of relationships sitting across the table from each other. So I just was trying to clarify clearly your professionalism, but just getting your feel.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Thank you.
Great. So I'm going to actually, we're at about 5 minutes left on this end. So other council members, just chime up if you do have a question. I actually think a couple of my questions got answered from previous ones. So I don't necessarily feel the need to interject, although I do have one that I might ask if nobody else or anything else. Councilmember Babcock, did you have something?
Thank you. I'd also like to disclose that Mr. Brookover made a donation to my campaign. Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody have any other questions that they wanted to ask of the applicant as a follow-up? Okay, I'll take this time to ask one of mine. So this is more of a question that I think I'm going to ask most folks, but it is good that you would necessarily be our point of contact for this, because I think this is important. So how comfortable are you balancing, with what the council wants to do and accomplish, and trying to achieve those goals that the council has set out, but also being able to push back and call out things that we might not know from a legal side, that we can't be doing, shouldn't be doing, or won't actually accomplish our goals. I think a relationship with the city attorney that is somewhat open and communicative around issues where we can express, I want to do this, and somebody can push back and say, you can't, or this is how you can accomplish it, but might not be in the way that you want to, is beneficial. So how do you see that role as city attorney when you have 5 different people that all might want to accomplish different things?
Well, part of my role as a lawyer is to tell my clients when they're wrong, number one. And then number two, part of my role is to tell my clients how they might accomplish something within the bounds of the law. So I just, I may have lost some clients over the years because I told them they were wrong about things. But that's sort of the way I do my job. And so I guess Mayor, I'm pretty comfortable doing that. And I would hope that you all would be comfortable with me doing that too.
Good to hear. I do have another follow-up if that's okay with the rest of the council. Great. So we've got a few RFPs on here with assembled teams that have been in place for a number of years, deep benches, and I think Councilmember Watson touched on this a little bit. But one of my concerns is that you would be assembling a team specifically for this. So folks that might not have worked together before, but will now be working. And we're in a very pivotal time in East Lansing. We've got a lot of things going on that are very, very important to address. And so hitting the ground running is going to be extremely important, especially for this council that might only have about a year left. So do you see any concerns with forming a team specifically now of folks that haven't necessarily worked together, or that would be, catered towards East Lansing specifically? Or do you see any advantages with that?
Well, I've worked with the members of these team, of the senior members of this team off and on for over 30 years. So no, I don't see any problem. And I intentionally assembled the team the way I assembled it because I thought their talents and experience would lend themselves to appropriate representation of the city of East Lansing.
Okay. Is there anything you'd like to add before we move on to our next?
I just, thanks for giving me the opportunity. You got a whole lot of, very good law firms, and I just appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys tonight. And I wish you the best of luck in making a decision. These are hard decisions to make. I understand that. And it's sort of a change of things. And let me just say one more thing. Another thing that I think that I feel is important is the transition from your old law firm to your new law firm. So I've already talked to you about, for instance, the readoption of your criminal code, which is now, unless something's happened I don't know about, is here, okay? Another thing I feel strongly about is that you're entitled to receive real written advice when you ask me questions, assuming they're asked within the authorization of the city council or the city manager. And so I was trained, and I believe in something called an opinion letter, where I don't just send you an email, I send you an opinion letter where I lay out the good things, the bad things, the issues, essentially give you an analysis. And if any of you go back and look at my representation of people in planning and zoning issues, applicants, you'll see examples of those. And Mr. Lahanis has seen examples of those too. So I think that's important. And I think it's important right off the bat, and it was probably buried in my RFP, but I think it's also important in terms of, Mayor, your expressed interest in reducing fees, that there be an immediate review with the council of your insurance coverages. Because one of the issues here, I think, with attorney fees is the issue of
There's 30 seconds remaining.
what attorneys are available through your insurance policies. and how those costs and expenses work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it, and appreciate your time. Looking forward to the discussion later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
Weber.
What happens to me now? Do I get like X'd out, or
I think
what
you get
happens
moved
here?
out for a little bit. I think you get put in the attendees. Sorry.
Yep, we'll
That's
move you.
fine. I just wanted to know.
Oh, good. Thank you very, very much. Emily, if we could bring in the next candidate. I'm gonna say this now. We've had Emily kind of chiming in with interjections on timing. I kind of misspoke. I would say 20 minutes for the follow-up questions is where we're at. I'd said 20 minutes for the original questions, and I somewhat misspoke. But I'm gonna request that there be a 5-minute break in between the next interview candidate and the two after that, just so folks can, check on children, use the restroom, do anything they need to do. I'm just going to say that now, so that way I don't have to say it later.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Oh, I meant in between Clark Hill and between Clark Hill and Foster Swift. So right now we will continue with these interviews. Thank you. Mr. Lawler, how are you doing today? Sir, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Can indeed.
Okay, I have a couple other people that should be showing up here someplace.
Okay, that is all right. We are very happy to get those folks in. Could you tell maybe our council secretary who those folks are and if they're in the attendees so they can be let in?
Ron King, Nancy Mullet, and Joe Kalani.
Great. I see those names on there. So.
So in the interest of disclosure, I've known Mr. Lawler since we were in law school. He did much, much better than I did, both during law school and afterwards, but there you have it.
That's probably because I paid attention.
Oh, yeah.
If we're making disclosures about law school, I was a pre-law major that was advised by many attorneys not to actually go to law school. So I'll make that, no. So I just really quickly, for the purposes of making sure this runs smoothly before your time starts, can we check everybody's mics just to make sure that we can hear folks and there aren't any issues? You just want to say hello?
Yeah, hi, this is Ron King. Good evening.
I can hear both of you guys. Mr. Clanny.
Good evening.
Great. All right, awesome. And I heard you, Mrs. Mullet, as well. So thank you very much for being here today. I appreciate all of your time. I appreciate your response. So as I explained before, we have 45 minutes slotted out for each interview. I would suggest that folks take about 25 minutes to answer the questions that we have laid out here. And then we're going to have an opportunity for follow-up questions that are going to go kind of in a round robin style for individual council members related to specifically your RFP or concerns or questions that, might be more specific to your firm versus another one. So I'm going to ask the questions out here. If you guys like to give a very brief introduction of your guys' self, I will not count that towards your time, but I would be more than happy to hear an introduction.
Charlie Lawler, I'm the member in charge at Clark Hill's Lansing office. As Councilmember Babcock said, we graduated from law school together. I used to own a business in East Lansing for 20 plus years, a country market. Some of the council members might not be old enough to remember it. It was a grocery store on the corner of Hagedorn and Grand River. That's enough for now.
Thank you, sir. Mr. King?
Yeah, good afternoon or evening now. Yeah, my name is Ron King. I'm a member at Clark Hill. I've been with the firm since 2003. I had my own firm for about 10 years prior to joining Clark Hill. So I've been invited today because I do a lot of municipal work. I serve presently as the general counsel for the Detroit Police and Fire Retirement System. And so I think we'll be able to kind of get into that as we go through these questions, but it's great to be here. Thanks.
Thank you. Whoever's next, whoever's comfortable.
Well, my name is Joe Kalani. I'm also an attorney in the Lansing office of Clark Hill. My background, I've been a lawyer and practicing municipal law for a better part of 30 years. I have been in my prior life before coming to Clark Hill in 2015, I was general counsel for or assistant corporation counsel in Oakland County, where I moved to be general counsel at the Water Resources Commissioner's Office, where I oversaw staff as deputy as well, with over 300 employees, including multiple engineers and operation and maintenance staff. After that, I served also as general counsel for the Huron-Clinton Metropolitan Authority, which is the authority that runs 5 county park system. I came to Clark Hill. I have several different municipal clients, both county and various drain commissioners and water resources commissioners. But I also am an elected township official, at least until November. I'm not on the ballot in November. But in any case, I was a township trustee for the better part of 16 years. And I also served on the Planning Commission for a number of years and currently serve on the Planning Commission for another go around there. I have a very broad base of municipal experience in working with city councils. So if you have any questions, that's kind of basically my background. So anyway.
I appreciate it, sir.
I do want to say I also served as a prosecuting attorney, not only in Oakland County. I served as a prosecuting in Cook County, Illinois. That goes back many years. I've served as well as, so I'm very familiar with the criminal process as well. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Mrs. Mullet.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nancy Mullet. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to talk with you tonight. I'm a member of Clark Hill's Education and Municipal Practice Group, and I've been an employee at Clark Hill for a number of years. I have kind of an equal number of schools and public employers, probably more on the municipal side, and the services that I provide really ranges from general municipal, depending on their needs, to labor and employment, collective bargaining, all of the different things. Before coming to Clark Hill, I was the corporation counsel for Calhoun County and participated in all of the services and advice to them that they provided. And before that, I was an assistant prosecutor for Calhoun County and did the whole range of different courts, anywhere from misdemeanor prosecutions to capital crimes. I enjoy the people that I work with. I think they're an incredibly talented and cooperative group of people to work with, and I hope we can provide services to you in the future.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, so I will get into the questions here, and I'd say the time starts now. What would you add to your RFP response that you did not previously include?
Mayor, I'll take this question.
Absolutely.
I think the important thing here is, I guess the one thing we didn't include that's going to be of concern to you is I've talked to Aaron Housefield, who currently does the prosecutions in district court. And we got recommendations from both the judges and the police department that it would be wonderful if we could retain her. So in the event that we're fortunate enough to get this work, we plan to hire Aaron Housefield, and she'll be in our Lansing office. But I'm sure you've got some concerns about a big firm. And while we are a big firm, I think the fact that you have a big firm and a small office gives you the best of both worlds, because we have the collegial atmosphere in Lansing, but we also have the opportunity that with a simple email, I can get an answer to a pretty sophisticated question. So you're getting big firm expertise, whether it's on energy or constitutional law or zoning, condemnation, anything you want, from a whole bunch of people who have litigated this all across the country. But I'm going to talk for a minute about our DNA, because I think this tells you about Clark Hill. While we're a big firm, we still talk about things and we talk about people, and we're concerned about people. We have 4 pillars to our DNA that every time we have a meeting, we talk about it. The first one is count on more, which means you as a client can always count on more from Clark Hill. The second one is you're number one, meaning that whoever we're servicing as a client is number one. The next one is don't call me Mr. or Mrs. And I think that's probably because, as Nancy said, we're a pretty humble group as a whole, and we're not real good at tooting our own horn. We've got some of the best lawyers in Michigan. We just don't talk about it much. But we also are humble, and you can talk to anybody at our place. I mean, my door is always open. Everybody's door is open. If I need a favor or I need something, we all help each other. The last thing I think that's important for a city is, sometimes it's just black and white. And we're going to give you the answer that we see as appropriate in the city's best interest. Sometimes you may not like it, but I will guarantee it will be presented professionally and respectfully. And I think that's kind of, what we see is in the general role. We're in a service business just like you guys are. I mean, you're serving your community for little to nothing, and we're serving our clients. And, we really want to leave the world in a better place every day. So some of that's through client services, some of that's through volunteers work we do. Some of it is just doing the right thing when nobody's watching. On myself personally, like I said, I owned a small retail grocery store, laundromat, and dry cleaners in East Lansing for 20 plus years. You guys have seen what's happened in the small retail grocery store business. So at one point in time, my wife told me this wouldn't work long term. So we filled out an application for law school, and Michigan State gave me a free ride. And I was fortunate enough to come on board at Clark Hill. But I was on the Alcohol Action Committee back in the 90s when we had all the student unrest. I was the only packaged liquor dealer on that. I too know where George's office is. I've been around City Hall. Most of the police people that I probably worked with are close to retirement or have retired since then. But East Lansing's a special place. And I really think you're on the cutting edge of a lot of stuff coming forward. And I think you need a special law firm to take care of that. And hopefully you'll consider us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that answer, sir. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are not just words in this city. What racial justice work has your firm been involved in, and how does diversity show in your firm? And how does inclusion matter?
I'm going to answer this question, and I really appreciate the chance to do so. I've been interviewing with different clients for 20 some years, and I can tell you that no one has ever asked me about the values of the firm. And so while I want to be mindful of the time, this is important. And I want to be able to share with you not only our here and now initiatives, which I will do, but then I'm also going to ask my colleague, Ron King, to talk a little bit about how the leadership of our firm actually drove this beginning many, many years ago. So Clark Hill really has three standing initiatives. The first one is called Thrive, and this has been our oldest and longest ongoing initiative. And the focus of Thrive is really to highlight the value of multiculturalism, not only to the firm and to ourselves within the firm, but also to the communities that we serve. And we do that through a process of recruitment. We do that through mentoring any diverse employees and members that come into the firm. And we also assist with client development. The Thrive initiative helps establish policies that foster inclusion. Those policies help elevate all of us. And the goal of that is really to help new diverse members to remain true to their authentic self, even if the legal world that they participate in doesn't look exactly like them. And so that's our oldest initiative, and it's one that I know Ron was key in creating a number of years ago. Our second initiative is called Bold, and it's our Women in Law initiative. And the focus on that is to encourage professional development of the women, not only the professional staff, but all staff, but also promotion of women to leadership roles within the firm. Our third initiative is Pride, and that's supporting and promoting our LGBTQ population, our staff, our colleagues, and the professional members in our law firm. So those are our ongoing initiatives around diversity and inclusion, and I think they're pretty strong. They're not just words on a piece of paper. So for example, I participate in BOLD on a regular basis. And this group has weekly or biweekly meetings. We look at the policies, we look at what is happening in the firm, we speak to leadership, and they listen and they respond very, very well to any of the things that we talk about. But in addition to the diversity inclusion, your question talked about racial injustice. And this is a hard question because in response to the aftermath of the George Floyd murder, our firm, I struggled with, what do you do? What do we do? How can I make a difference? Because I sure don't know how I can make a difference. And so we talked about it at a firm level, and we talked about it for a number of weeks. And what we decided to do as a starting point only was to participate, and we just recently completed Dr. Eddie Moore's 21-day challenge for building racial equity habits. And some of you may be familiar with that. It's an incredibly profound and impactful challenge. And it provides at least a basis for increasing our awareness and our education of the breadth of racial injustice in our communities. And I will just tell you from a personal note, that challenge was so incredible in terms of what I learned from it that I have forwarded to some of my other municipal clients who are now doing it too. So Ron, if you could talk just a bit about the
I think you did
aspect.
a very phenomenal job of explaining our firm's approach on diversity and inclusion. I will only add a couple things. I sat in our firm's executive committee, and I can tell you that we struggle with this issue every single day. And what we really are grateful for are people like, Nancy Mullet, who are out there, right at the very grassroots level, pushing our issues and pushing our leadership, because that's what we need. We need to be pushed. We all need to be pushed. And it's a real issue. It's a real struggle for a firm of any size, and certainly our size. But we don't like to toot our own horn too much. But I will say that we are among the very first firms in Michigan to adopt MLK Day as a holiday. And the way we did that was we said, we're not imposing any obligation on any of our employees, but we strongly encourage you to use this day to reflect, to participate, to be active in your community. And that was an initiative we started back when I was on our firm's executive committee in 2008. So, this is something we really, like I said, we struggle with it every day and we push on it every day. And what we really try to do is empower our people to make a difference. And that really comes from the highest levels at our operation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that response as well, ma'am. A developer has approached the council regarding a 4-acre city-owned property in the northern tier that they would like to redevelop into a senior care facility. The property recently became the city's as part of a gift to the city and is not currently listed for sale. The former use of the property indicates that there may be some environmental contamination on the site. The developer has stated that they would need to utilize brownfield tax increment financing to address any site contamination that may exist. What factors would you recommend the council consider in response to this request?
I've been asked to kind of take respond to this question. First of all, the question as to how the property came to be owned by the city in terms of it being a potentially having contamination, and the first question was an assessment done at that time? But certainly the first factor you'd want to do is you want to assess the property, undertake an environmental assessment, which helps to evaluate the environmental condition of the property. This information then can be used to as necessary to determine whether the property is safe to actually rehabilitate or reuse, and so what items that would be needed to do, what sort of project would need to be done in order to make the property safe for redevelopment. In terms of redevelopment, this brownfield projects are basically public-private partnerships. And so the focus of a brownfield development authority, which the city has, I know that they've had established brownfield authority, what would typically happen is basically we would, after there's an evaluation of the site, you look at your criteria as to what would be needed to, certainly the cost. But the things that I would consider if I were working with a developer in terms of, first of all, a developer agreement that would ensure that the developer would look forward to making sure that the product that they are proposing, that they have the ability to construct and develop that property, and to what extent the removal of the contamination or rehabilitation of the contaminated site. Those are the kind of costs that would get that through a brownfield authority would be able to be captured through tax increment financing to finance the cost of removing those eligible rehabilitation activities. The things that the city would probably want to consider first is also looking at whether or not a senior center is the appropriate project to be at this location. And when you have a senior center, is it close to all the other factors such as transportation and other sources of that enable, like in the case of a senior center, perhaps its ability to have healthcare available. These are all other items that should be taken into consideration when you're redeveloping any kind of property. The blighted area, I'm not familiar with obviously this 4-acre city parcel. Of course, it's not.
Hypothetical, sir.
What's that?
Hypothetical, sir.
It's a hypothetical. Okay, well, I know it's the next one. It particularly talks about a subdivision, so that's fine. Thank you. But in terms of tax increment financing, one of the things that I do, one of my areas of practice at Clark Hill is I'm also a bond attorney. So I work with municipalities in bonding infrastructure and in projects, water, sewer, stormwater, and so forth. Brownfield development is also has the ability, as a brownfield authority, have the ability to issue bonds and use the revenue derived from the increase in taxable base to pay back those bonds. So when the developer says we may need to use tax increment financing, what he's basically saying is, if this were a green site, I could develop it one way, but because I have all these different contaminants I have to remove and rehabilitate, I'm going to need assistance. And if I rehabilitate the property, the taxable value will go up. So the idea is to capture certain revenue to pay back any eligible costs related to the removal of the contamination. That's the sort of public partnership that a brownfield development situation presents itself. There's so many advantages to doing this. It's good for the environment to remove contamination, but it's also very good for the tax base of the city. So the city should look at that. What is it going to mean in terms of tax base? Whether or not there's going to be sufficient revenue derived in a tax increment situation to cover the cost to finance, if that's the way the city would chooses to pursue, and there's sufficient tax revenue to pay back any kind of bonds if bonds are issued. So that's really the kind of question that it's a very complicated question. It requires a lot of professionals involved in this, because you're going to have to do significant evaluation over the entire project to make sure that at the end of the day, you minimize the risk to the city and you at the same time accomplishing the goals that you would want to see in this development, which would hopefully be to rehabilitate a brownfield site.
Thank you very much for that answer, sir. The council and the neighborhood leaders are quite upset regarding a property in the Pinecrest neighborhood that is unkempt. Again, this question is hypothetical. The grass is several feet high. There are strange smells wafting from piles of materials clearly visible on the property, and there are unpermitted structures on the premises. Previous attempts over the years to bring enforcement action have resulted in a protracted legal dispute that resulted in an unfavorable outcome for the city. Yet issues persist. What advice would you give to the council?
Well, the first thing
I'm gonna go ahead and take, I think that,
okay. Very good.
I think I'll take that question.
That's
so, and this is a pretty typical problem. I think that you see on a regular basis. I know that I do with my municipal clients. And like the first interviewee, I think the first thing I'd say is I'd want to spend a bit of time understanding why the earlier enforcement activities didn't work, because there are a lot of various reasons. There could be a technical issue, like simply we didn't have the right documents or there weren't the right signatures, or it could be something more significant and problematic, that is that you have a particular judge that doesn't believe that that is the type of enforcement activity that should come before him or her. So I'd want to understand what went wrong. And then I would also tell you, if you didn't know, that this can be a very, very long process, but that the city staff is likely trained and well able to handle that. And I would be willing to explain that process to you. I lost my picture there. Explain that process to you if you didn't know, because the facts as you described it really do indicate that there's likely a violation of state law and your local ordinance, such as the property maintenance code or the nuisance, and then depending on the facts, maybe even the dangerous building code. And I would advise you, if nothing else is prohibiting you from the earlier action, to go ahead and follow that process through, despite the fact that it's long, because ultimately you will be successful. But I would take it a step further, because I have been doing this for a while and I actually deal with this issue on a regular basis. I think that your goal is you want to solve this problem. That's what you want to do. And so far you haven't been successful, and there's a chance you won't be this time. So I would take a second step and do advise this on a regular basis, and did just recently. I would want to take a human look at what the problem is. You have interactions both in person and in writing with the owner or the occupant of this property. So the first thing I would want to know is, does this person have the capacity to comply with whatever the violation is? And by that, I mean, when you're out there, do you notice a hoarding problem? So maybe we need to bring in a community partner from community mental health or your mental health authority. Is there a public health issue and we need to bring in a public health official? Is this person a vulnerable adult and we need to contact Adult Protective Services? That's something that's a little bit outside the black and white of the law. But I think that as public servants, we have an obligation to not only take a whole look at the picture, but it also is likely the way to solve your problem, which so far it sounds like you haven't been able to solve.
Thank you for that answer.
You're welcome.
Our next question is, in 2005, a building alteration was approved by the Building, Zoning, and Historic District Preservation Divisions, and work was completed to renovate a 2-unit duplex near downtown. The work completed in 2005 included modifications, including a removal of the separation of units, a kitchen, living areas, and adding bedrooms. These changes effectively made it into a 1-unit rental property. During a routine inspection, a housing inspector noticed that the rental license currently on file with the city is still a Class 3 rental license for 2 units, with each unit being licensed for up to 2. He alerted the housing administrator, who has brought the issue to your attention. There are currently 5 renters living in the building. What actions, if any, do you recommend?
So I would gather the documents and the information to verify what happened. I would not be surprised if this was just an oversight, despite the fact that it's been 15 years since this happened. Cities and municipalities are institutional settings, and you have turnover, and sometimes things just slip through the cracks. So if that's the case, and it likely is, that the goal here is to, how do we fix it? So one of the things that I noticed in here, and I was happy to see that the initial alterations to the property were properly approved and executed. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it, and there aren't any facts that would suggest that. So in terms of the rental license, if it hasn't been renewed, then based on your property maintenance code, that's clearly not in compliance, and it's beyond the point where it can just be extended and you have to go through the new rental application. I think there's some authority either in your code or just in the fact that this could be an oversight, something that fell through the crack that allows you to waive some of the inspection requirements. And I think I saw that at a couple of different places in your property maintenance code. And if that's the case, you may want to do that. But if you don't want to do that, then it would be a matter of going back through the rental license process. And I do a couple of things. Number one, make sure the space is adequate for habitable living. I would also want to investigate the relationship between the occupants so that we know if we're going up a class or we're going down a class. And then once I have that information, if that's the process we're going through, I would simply work with the people to reissue the license.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer.
You're welcome.
The city of East Lansing is attempting to obtain an easement over part of a private parcel of property to facilitate public purpose construction. The property owner refuses to grant the easement. What strategy would you recommend that the city council employ to obtain the easement?
I'll take this one, you guys.
Great.
I think this is just a problem-solving issue, and we at Clark Hill have done this a number of times before. And I really think this is where our team approach, if we have a city attorney who's a gatekeeper, we can find the right person inside of Clark Hill to handle this and handle it efficiently. But in this particular case, I think the simple thing is similar to what Nancy says. We go back to the city, we gather all the facts that we have and get the best facts we can. And then I would reach out to the property owner who has refused the city's inquiry and try to see if I can make a deal. Sometimes when you're a lawyer calling from Clark Hill, it's different than, no offense, Mayor Stevens, but somebody from the government calling. So sometimes we're able to work those deals out ahead of time. But I'll give you a 2-minute example of something that we did in Detroit. Our firm did, Stephen Bagney, who's talked about eminent domain, and he's written numerous articles. At 16 in Woodward, there's a 35-acre Jesuit seminary that Oakland County wanted an easement across. Well, by the time we got involved, because of the easement they had asked for, there was probably $1 million value in the remainder. Well, Stefan was able to take a look at the easement and recalculate what they actually needed for the public project. And when he recalculated, the buyout for Oakland County was less than $100,000. So on some of those things like that, just by doing the due diligence and doing it properly, we can save the city a lot of money. And I think our team and some of the expertise we have would be invaluable in some of these situations. I'm not going to go into all the statutory things because about condemnation, because they're pretty well known. If you have any questions, I'm happy to follow up a little bit.
Thank you. And I'll reserve that for maybe after these written questions if folks do. Give us an example of a zoning case that you or your firm handled that resulted in a favorable decision for your client municipality, and an example of a zoning case you or your firm handled that did not have a favorable result.
We have about 20 minutes remaining.
Wonderful.
Charlie,
What's that?
were you hit?
I thought Joe was going to take this one. Oh,
Well, it's interesting, and I'll put it in context of my putting on my planning commissioner hat. As a lawyer, I have not defended a zoning issue because I've served on a lot of planning commissions. In the 16 years that I've been on there, we've never had on my community where I'm from, which is a growing community with water, sewer, and so forth. We did not have any zoning challenges, and I will tell you from our perspective as why is it has to do with how well your zoning ordinance is constructed, and in terms of making sure that when you enter into when you have a zoning issue where someone has come in to your community and is seeking a zoning change or so forth, we try and be result oriented in the sense that what can we do to achieve what the developer in this case would like to succeed with. And in that sense, the promotion of plan unit developments gives the most ability for municipalities to work with developers. A lot of your plan unit development programs allow for setbacks that are relaxed in favor of promoting other community benefits. So in terms of in responding to this question, my thoughts are really that I personally have not defended one, but we have folks in the Clark Hill that have worked, have dealt with zoning issues and also have defended zoning issues. Personally, I don't have that answer for you right now, but I think that Charlie, if you have any questions regarding that, you might be able to respond. Sorry.
I think we're good on this, Joe. I mean, we've got the depth to handle any zoning issues. I think really the key is we're problem solvers. You know, we shouldn't have zoning litigation. I mean, we should be able to sit at the table and figure this out if somebody wants to build.
That's correct. And I will say I've worked on development agreements, and that's where the key elements are in terms of trying to meet the municipality's goals. And that's what you want to do when you're working with developers. So
Thank you. By city charter, all contracts must be approved by the city attorney. This is a frequent requirement. Please tell me who would be involved in the review and how it would be billed.
So I'll take this one. This is a pretty common occurrence for all of us who practice in the area of municipal law. So I'll cut right to it. We're going to find the right person to review your contract, and we'll bill that time hourly under our proposed arrangement that we put in our response to the RFP. I know we're going to get a little short on time, but I want to expand on that just a little bit.
Absolutely.
So, for example, in my capacity as general counsel for the Police and Fire Retirement System in Detroit, we did an enterprise resource planning review, which required pretty extensive IT contracts. And that's just not something I'm going to do. So I found the right person to do that contract review. On the other hand, if it's something very basic, then that's something I handle. So what we're going to do is try to find the right person to do it in the most efficient manner possible, but you have to go find the right person that has the right expertise. That's essentially how we would handle this.
Great. Thank you very much. How accessible will our primary contact, the city attorney, be to council and staff for regular or urgent calls? Would you be available for on-site meetings? And how would you handle travel time?
Well, so we are just down the street from you. Our office is in Old Town. So that part of this answer is very simple. The other part always, kind of is one of those things that we look at each other and kind of chuckle and smile about, because for better or for worse, we signed on to a job that requires us to be on 24/7. And that's just the nature of the beast. And that's part of what we do. I mean, that is that's the service level, the expectation that we put on ourselves, much less the expectation level that our clients put on us. So we know, in particularly with our municipal clients, that generally speaking, because you're answering to constituents, that time is of the essence, and feedback is critical. And timely feedback is critical. So that, again, and I don't want to beat this drum, to death here, but it gets back to the team concept. If for some reason somebody can't get back to you right now, then there's somebody else that can get right back to you. I mean, we talk about this all the time. We don't have any clients that don't have our cell phone numbers. If you can't email, text, or call me, we're on all the time. So, that is one of those things that we really take a lot of pride in. And that is, being very, very responsive. And again, I think all of our clients feel that way. You are the most important client, period. And that's the way we treat all of our engagements.
Okay, thank you very much. So now, Emily, how much time do we have left? Emily, are you there? Thanks. Emily, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
We have about 14 minutes left.
Okay, so I'll ask folks to ask questions. I will go again in slightly different order, just based on who's on my screen. And I'll just ask that people keep that time limit in mind so folks can answer questions. Councilmember Bacon, do you have any follow-up questions for Clark Hill?
Yep. Thank you for all the stuff you presented. You actually answered quite a few of them in your process. Just as far as engagement goes, you have growth things you have to do. You have other municipalities. how do you maintain that level of engagement for East Lansing when you're still building out, I'm sure, and you're taking on, if another large municipality came under your purview, how do you balance those things?
Well, I can tell you how I balance them. If I am looking at a caseload that to me is getting too large, then I simply reach out to my colleagues and say, I really need some assistance. I have great colleagues. We work together. I help them, they help me. And so far, I mean, it's, you never say never, but in 20 years, I have never had a complaint that I wasn't able to handle the caseload that I had, but I was able to handle it because of the assistance of my colleagues that I work with every single day, many of whom are listed in that RFP that aren't here tonight.
Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. As you know, you'll be taking on prosecution in 54B, and there was an incident earlier this year where some members of the community, including me, felt that two legally identical circumstances were prosecuted differently based on the race of the individual involved. What safeguards will you have to be sure that that doesn't occur under your watch?
So I guess I'd like to take a quick stab at this, and maybe Nancy wants to add a couple thoughts on it. I really view this as an opportunity in the sense of, and I'll get back to your question on safeguards, but when I say an opportunity, it's an opportunity to really figure out what is the best way to have the interaction between the prosecutor's office, the police and community, and your relationship with your constituents, and what it is that they're looking for in terms of that broad picture, right? So I've been, watching, as anyone, I live in the Lansing area, I've been watching, and I'm an England County resident, I've been watching our prosecutor, and, I've been favorably impressed with her approach on this. And that is, let's try to find what is the balanced way to address prosecutorial fairness. I mean, because that's really what we're talking about at the end of the day. We need, it's fairness in the process, fairness in evaluating the charges, fairness in how we're treating each and every individual. And, so the energy that this council brings to this issue, I think is just a terrific opportunity. I really do. And I think, but in my mind, it is a collective effort between the prosecutorial arm, this council, our policing body, and obviously you're going to need assistance from your legal counsel.
Okay, thank you very much. Mrs. Mullet, did you want to answer as well?
I think that's good.
Okay, wonderful. I will move over to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Hey, I actually found the question I wrote, so I won't ramble as much this time. We are facing a global pandemic and have relied on emergency orders to encourage personal responsibility in our residents to slow the spread of the virus. Do you have experience with emergency plans and the overlapping jurisdictions between local, county, state, and federal government when it comes to minimizing risk to our residents and assisting in the recovery from COVID specifically, but other emergency situations in general?
I'll go ahead. I do for a whole host of reasons, much of which doesn't have anything to do with Clark Hill, but with my life, first of all, as corporation counsel. And I have an LLM in Homeland Security, which by its very nature is just has a basic requirement of multi-jurisdictional cooperation and developing relations that way. As corporation counsel, or let me back up, the idea of creating this safety plan, these emergency preparedness plans, in trying to understand the power that you have and how do you actually implement the power that you have. I think what the first interviewee said is critical. It's about the balance. It's not about not having the power. You do. You have ordinances, you have state law, you have federal law, you have emergency preparedness executive orders. So it isn't that the power isn't there. It's that we thankfully have not had to use it. And so that balance comes, I think, from the experience of having been involved and then the relationships that you have with the different jurisdictions that you're involved in. So for example, as Corporation Counsel, just some unique things, and it seems like unique things happen in Calhoun County a lot. But one of the things that I was involved in was actually some active TB individuals, and they were non-compliant, and so we had to engage with public health, and I represented public health. And so really going through the public health code and saying, how do we use this power, and what can we do short of going to court, knowing that ultimately we have the safety that we have to keep in mind. Another was there was a hepatitis A outbreak in the late 90s where there were about 150, 160 kids within the county that somehow ate tainted strawberries. And it really was a tremendous impact. And we needed to contain that outbreak, and working with the health department again there. In terms of the educational part of my practice, they have for long times been required to have multi-jurisdictional safety plans. And we've been doing that for a decade, where as their school representative, it was my responsibility to convene the parties. And those parties, in terms of that particular law, is Michigan State Police, is the local police, sometimes fire, the local municipality representatives, and sometimes community groups that have a say. And you really need to bring them together because you have to listen to what they say. You have to draft a plan that you can reach some consensus on, if at all possible. We've drafted a tremendous number of plans, and actually parts of our emergency preparedness plans are part of what the governor is using in some of her upcoming things. And I was just informed in that today. So it's really that balance, but having that experience to know how to use that power, because you just have to take steps with it and ensure the safety.
Great. Councilmember Watson.
I just have a quick question. Would we have a primary contact?
I'll take that.
Yeah.
We're pretty open-ended on this. We would let you guys pick whoever you want for your contact. I guess I would probably propose that we have a co-city attorney situation where maybe Nancy and I, Ms. Mullet and I could take care of you. That way you've got two points of contact. If you want Mr. King or Mr. Kalani or anybody else we have on our team, we're happy to do it. All we really want to do is bring Clark Hill to the city of East Lansing and help you guys get where you want to be.
Thank you.
Dana, if you wanted to ask another question, you can feel free to. Honestly, that was going to be my question, so you can count it as stealing mine.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Great. Any other council members have questions before I might get into one of mine? I'm going to give it one more opportunity just because I know we're running a little bit low on time here. Please feel free. Okay, great. So I'll expand on Dana's question a little bit. One of my biggest concerns, of course, in this process is making sure that folks are accessible for our staff. As you had mentioned before, making sure that, we can do our jobs, so to say, is important. I want to make sure that our staff feel supported during this time. And I worry a little bit about, I can appreciate the benefits of the bench that you—
There are 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I will try to condense. I appreciate the bench that you all have and the level of expertise and guidance that many in your firm do in different areas of expertise. But of course, consistency for our staff is important, making sure that they know that they can safely rely on somebody, have open conversations, that, it might not need to be an email form. They could call, pick up the phone, and have a conversation with somebody they have a pre-existing relationship with. And I appreciate the same thing. Do you guys think you can foster that kind of environment with the level of clients and the depth of your firm? And can you expand on that a little bit?
You want to take this, Nancy, or you want me to?
Well, I'll start, and Charlie, you can, because I know that we do, and I can give you very specific examples.
Yeah.
My clients, both on the school and the municipal side, they truly do want me to answer the phone when they call every single time that they call. And I get it, because they have a problem and they want either they want some help, or they want some reassurance, or they want some support. So I just have a practice of, if I'm in a meeting like I was tonight, and I should show you my my text messages, I have texted every single one that said, I will call you at 8 o'clock. I will call you at 8:20. I'm in a meeting. Don't worry, I will call you back. They just want to know. They want to know if I'm not immediately available, when they're going to hear from me. Sometimes if it senses it's a little more urgent, I may step out of a meeting. Sometimes I simply say, do you want me to get somebody else? Do you want me to call Charlie? And they'll guide me to, no, I need to talk with you right now. And
Sure.
so we do that. I can't tell you anything other than that's just the way that it is. I know we're a big firm. I haven't even been to most of our offices, but I'm in Lansing, and I like my clients, and my clients deserve that kind of attention. And I am positive that every one of my colleagues shares that belief. And I hope that reassures you, because it's a fact.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else you guys like to add?
Well, Mayor Stevens and council, I'd just like to say thanks so much for giving us the time to come here and interview. It's been interesting to hear, and I'm interested to see where the city of East Lansing goes, because I think at this point in our nation, there's some real opportunities to be leaders, and hopefully you'll allow us the opportunity to help you be leaders.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I agree. A lot of opportunities going forward. Thank you very much for coming in. Anybody have anything else?
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will
Thank you very
ask
much.
our council secretary to put on a loading screen if we could do a 5-minute break in between this interview and the next one, so folks can use restroom, do whatever they need to do. So I think we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm going to go to downsizing the screen. I wonder if I can downsize the screen. Where is?
Hello, hello.
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 How's everybody doing today?
Good.
Good.
How are you?
How are you?
Hello.
Oh,
We got everybody back. Looking. Ron, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Sounds great. Okay. Thank you all for being here today. I'm going to give a quick overview of the interview process, and then I'm going to give an opportunity for you guys to briefly introduce yourselves, because I know you had brought a team. And so I want to afford that opportunity. That won't be counted towards your time. So basically, we have 45 minutes slotted for this interview. We have a number of questions that we prepared beforehand that we had discussed at a previous meeting. And we are going to go through those and then give an opportunity for some follow-up questions from individual council members. These questions may be along the lines of, specific instances in your RFP or some of your responses, or just follow-up that might be necessary based on some of your answers to your questions. We're not going to be timing you, but if you've been watching any of the other interviews, you'll notice our council secretary is giving us warnings at certain time intervals. So I'm trying to make sure that folks are aware. We're probably trying to get folks to respond to the questions that we had prepared within 25 minutes. But of course, this is your time. So feel free to answer questions with whatever amount of time. Just note that might mean that, maybe a follow-up question doesn't get asked. So appreciate that. And this won't count towards your time, but if you want to introduce your team very briefly, please feel free to.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to start with myself, and then I'll pass it off to our team members. My name is Mike Homer. I'm the chair of our administrative and municipal group. I've practiced in the area of municipal law for the past 21 years at Foster Swift and been here my entire career. We represent over 100 different municipalities. The firm has been located in Lansing for over 100 years. And we've been practicing in municipal law since the 1950s, although not me, I'm not that old yet. So with me tonight is Ann Sirink. Ann Sirink is also a member of the Municipal Practice Group and also the president of our firm. So Ann, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Mike. And again, I appreciate the opportunity, like Mike said, to be here tonight. I just hit on Saturday my 24-year anniversary with the firm. It's the only place I ever worked. I've been right here since law school. I practice in the general municipal group. I serve as general counsel to a number of municipalities, but I also have a specialty in the area of Open Meetings Act and Freedom of Information Act. as well as a little niche practice in library law. So thanks again for the opportunity.
Hi, everyone. I'm Laura Genovich. I've practiced with the firm also since law school. I've been here for 12 years practicing municipal law, general municipal law, on land use law. I draft a lot of ordinances and contracts, and I've also developed specialties recently in COVID-19 related legal issues, but more generally in election law, property tax abatements, property tax exemptions, and marijuana regulations. I've drafted a lot of cities' marijuana ordinances and worked with them on the process of approving those, and worked on a number of issues related to that and social equity programs and things like that. So that's an overview of my practice.
Great. Thank you.
Alex, go ahead.
Absolutely. My name is Alex Thibodeau. Pleasure to meet you. I was actually born in Lansing, interestingly enough. So pleasure to be speaking with you guys today. I'm the newest member of the municipal practice group, at least on this call. And I've been practicing for around 3 years, graduated from Indiana University and immediately joined Foster Swift. My practice has developed a lot around regulatory compliance. I do a lot with telecommunications, particularly small cell and 5G. Additionally, the other regulatory bodies that are regulatory documents that govern telecommunications, so the Metro Act, uniform video franchises, those sorts of statutes that kind of govern a lot of those utilities, for lack of a better word. And then I also represent a waste authority, and so I have a considerable amount of experience in waste and waste management. That's what.
Thank you very much.
Robert, go ahead.
How you doing? Robert Easterly. I'm a part of the general litigation practice group here. I do primarily criminal defense work. I also do a bit of prosecution for our other jurisdictions that we do municipal work for. Specifically the city of Fenton, I've handled prosecution for over the last 4 years with that jurisdiction as well. I've had the opportunity to be with the firm for the last 5 or 6 years. I started in our Grand Rapids office, but I work primarily in the Lansing office right now. I live in Meridian Township. I do a lot of representation with MSU and have a lot of good contacts there. I'm in district court every week, and I was in 54B today representing criminal defendants. And so happy to be here and be a part of this.
Great to hear. Thank you very much. Anybody else?
My name is Mark Kerner. I'm a senior attorney at Foster Swift, and like Robert, I also live in Meridian Township. I grew up in Hazlitt and graduated from Michigan State University. I received my law license from John Marshall Law School in Chicago in 2000 and started practicing law back in Michigan in 2004. I currently represent municipal entities across the state as general counsel, which means that I provide legal services from anything from labor and employment law, grievance issues, negotiations, disciplinary issues, to contract negotiation and drafting, to Open Meetings Act and FOIA issues as well. Additionally, as part of my practice when I was at a different firm in Lansing, I served as the prosecutor for the Meridian Township ordinance work. And for the last 6 years before joining Foster, I had my own firm, and I also was doing court-appointed criminal defense work. So I'm familiar with both sides of the legal justice system from that perspective.
Great. Thank you very much. And I'll have Emily start the time now. Thank you again for those brief introductions. So what would you like to add from your RFP response that you did not previously include?
I don't know that we didn't include it, but because we included an hourly rate, right? And like most municipalities, your focus is on cost and accessibility, which are two things to be focused on. I can tell you that, I've looked at your history in terms of legal fees and even the proposals, and I'll be honest with you, I think you're paying way too much for legal fees. Just as a general matter, in totality, they're too much. We represent similar cities, some that may be a little smaller, and you are paying a lot more than they are on a cumulative annual basis. And I think it's, this doesn't come through sometimes in the RFP process when you're putting it on paper. But I'll give you a perfect example. We took over a municipal client just 2 years ago, and they insisted that they wanted a retainer agreement. And I insisted that they didn't. And for 26 years, they had a retainer agreement. That is, every month they wrote a check for work, whether we did it or didn't. I don't want to do work that, I don't want to get paid for work that we're not doing. This is taxpayer money. And so we have a fiduciary obligation to protect it just as you do. What happened ultimately is they agreed with me. They didn't enter into a retainer agreement, and I saved them money the very first year. Why? Because we're very efficient at what we do. We have an entire team of 15 lawyers built around the municipal practice, and we've been doing it for many decades now. So when we talk about legal questions like opinion letters, I've got a whole library of opinion letters that we've written on various subjects. There virtually is probably not a subject that you deal with that we haven't encountered in some other jurisdiction at some other time.
Might surprise you on that one.
Well, every time I say that, you might come up with a twist or two here or there. But for the most part, you know, we deal with the same issues in our other jurisdictions that you deal with in yours. And so that doesn't always come through. The accessibility as well. I mean, we have in the proposal that everybody has our cell phone numbers. My phone is never shut off, not one day, not ever. That's just the nature of what I do for clients. If I was on the other side of that, I would want to be able to get a hold of your lawyer as well. Emergencies don't happen from 9 to 5. Emergencies happen at all times of the day and night. So, you know, we utilize email, phone, text, and it gets a little much when they're using, my clients are using Facebook Messenger now, but that has become a norm as well. So, I just want to let you know that in terms of accessibility, you can call any one of our clients that we've listed in our RFP, and I think they will tell you the same thing. They can get a hold of us anytime, anywhere.
Thank you very much for that answer.
You're welcome.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion are not just words within the city. What racial justice work has your firm been involved in? How does diversity show in your firm? And how does inclusion matter?
That's a good question, and you're right, it does matter. And so we happen to be blessed, our municipal department, where we have our president of our firm in our group, as well as on our team, 2 members of our diversity committee. So I'll turn that over to Ann Searing.
Thank you. I wanted to give you a little bit of background. I'm going to turn this over eventually to Alex, because Alex is a current member of our diversity committee, and he can give you sort of more of an up-to-date description of what we're doing right now. But I think it's really important to understand a little bit about our history, because ever since I've been at the firm, we've had a diversity committee. Our diversity committee was officially formed in 1993. So we're, you know, coming up on 30 years of having a formal diversity committee. The longstanding chair of the committee is Tony Smith, who's one of our named partners. So you can see the importance that we put on that committee. Over the years, that committee has addressed many issues, you know, diversity issues, racial justice issues, gender diversity issues. And I want to give you a couple examples. The firm participated in 2011 in the Grand Rapids Managing Partners Diversity Initiative, and we were really active in that group, and the purpose was to attract and retain diverse lawyers to the Grand Rapids area. And Laura and Mike and I all held an active role in that that collaborative. In 2017, the Lansing Economic Area Partnership LEAP awarded Foster Swift the firm as a firm the Regional Diversity Star Award, which recognized our efforts in bringing diversity to the local community here in Lansing. We've been participating for years in the recruiting with the Wolverine Bar and with the Floyd Skinner program, which brings the diverse candidates from the first year class, and we bring them in and give them have an internship program for first year candidates where they can gain experience in law firms and you know, help them with, you know, furthering their career and with their second year internships. Like I said, Alex is going to cover a little bit more about what we're doing now, but I also think it's important to highlight the firm's initiatives with gender diversity. And you have a law firm where, you know, the law is a male dominated world. And for my own personal story, I've been working here, like I said, 24 years, and partway into my career, I decided I wanted to go on reduced hours. I had small children at home, and I said, I wanted to cut back. And the danger of doing that is that you fear that you're going to be looked over for management or other roles in the firm. But that didn't happen at Foster Swift. During the whole time I was part-time, I was the recruiting chair of the firm for 10 years. I was also the practice group leader for the municipal practice group before Mike. And then, came back full time and was appointed this year to be the president of the firm. So I can say that we have women on our executive committee. We have women who run departments in our firm. So I think the gender diversity issue is also an important one that's really, we've demonstrated the importance of that. After the happenings earlier this year, that's particularly the death of George Floyd, I think there was a lot of emphasis put on racial justice. And, our firm put out a statement, but the executive committee felt that the words weren't enough. And so what we did is task the diversity committee to look into initiatives to, put our words into action. And I wanted to turn it over to Alex so he can give you a little bit more background on that.
Yeah, so the diversity committee is incredibly committed, both historically and in light of the current situation in our country, to issues of diversity, issues of inclusion, and making sure that importance comes through both in our day-to-day practice and in our internal firm community. So those are kind of two lenses that we're consistently as a committee looking at improving and critiquing and being really honest with ourselves about both the successes and the shortcomings that our firm and I'm sure many other law firms experience. With that said, we've really targeted a number of the key ways to address some of these concerns, and have really put both our time and our money where our words are, I guess, for lack of a better word. We are involved with a number of minority bar associations, as Ann mentioned, the Davis-Dunning Bar Association, which Robert can speak to a little bit more here in a second. The Floyd Skinner Bar Association in West Michigan, which is focused on recruiting minority candidates. The Wolverine Bar Association, as well as targeting a younger audience. The Y Achievers program, which is headed by Elaine Hardy, who I believe is affiliated with the City of East Lansing, is really focused on involving people of color as well as minorities of every background in achieving the dreams and the goals that may have been unattainable a few generations ago. Internally, the firm also really focuses on developing our culture through lunch and learns, through programs that are focused on educating our staff and our attorneys, things like implicit bias training. We've also had one on workplace bullying and another one regarding sensitivity towards religious affiliation in the workplace. So all of those were lunch and learns that were targeted at our staff to ensure that our culture is matching inside what we're portraying to the outside. As Ann mentioned, we did put together a response, as many firms did, to the George Floyd killing, and the executive committee did ask us to come up with something more. And what the diversity committee did was put together an RFP that we are sending out to a number of local organizations, thought leaders in diversity and inclusion, and trying to find the best match for our firm to bring someone in to further educate our attorneys and our staff and make sure that we are at the cutting edge when it comes to these issues. So we have certainly not taken a passive approach to both the long-standing issues of racial inequality, as well as being a thought leader moving forward on some of those issues. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. A developer has approached the council regarding. Oh, absolutely.
For me, it's been about the firm's support of things that we are doing that have always been a part of our commitment to social justice. So one of the things that I asked the firm immediately when I came in was for the ability to take on court-appointed work. And so, there are two different jurisdictions here that have had a Foster Swift attorney for the last 2 or 3 years as a court-appointed attorney. So I maintained a contract in Eaton County as well as here in Ingham County. As Alex mentioned, I'm the president for the Davis Dunnings Bar Association, which is the African American Lawyer Association here in the Lansing area and in mid-Michigan. And all of the things that that group and other groups that I'm associated with, the firm has been a huge supporter of. The Y Achievers program with Elaine, we took a look at what we were doing with the MLK Commission, and we said there's got to be a different way for us to engage our attorneys in actually the work, beyond attending the luncheon and being a sponsor, that sort of thing. And so what we've done is brought in attorneys on a monthly basis to work with the Y Achiever students to do education with them as it relates to their interaction with the law.
Thank you very much, sir. And I apologize for interrupting. A developer has approached the council regarding a 4-acre city-owned property in the northern tier they would like to redevelop into a senior care facility. The property recently became the city's as a part of a gift to the city and is not currently listed for sale. The former use of the property indicates that there may be some environmental contamination on the site. The developer has stated that they would need to utilize brownfield tax increment financing to address any site contamination that may exist. What factors would you recommend the council consider in response to this request?
So, brownfield redevelopment is one of those areas that's right up our alley, particularly representing cities, where cities have brownfield redevelopment authorities. We've recently completed 2 brownfield redevelopment projects in the jurisdiction of a couple of our clients, and those projects were sort of a public-private partnership that involved not only the developers, but also the state through the MADC and the Strategic Fund. And that's because these projects in particular provided critical missing middle housing projects in communities. And I think it's first important to identify what your goal is. So for instance, is development of a senior care facility within the strategic goal of the city? If it is, there's a much better way to probably get at the development of that. For example, assuming that it meets all the criteria for the city to sell that property, then what many municipalities will do is say, we want a senior care facility here, and we're going to develop an RFP, and then we're going to send these out to developers. Why? Because again, you're a fiduciary of the city and their taxpayers, right? So you may get developers who say, yeah, I think we're going to need a tax increment financing and development plan through a brownfield. And you may get others who say we don't need it. And those are important concepts, right? Because they have vastly different issues in terms of the tax increment financing, where you're simply recapturing local taxes and then paying those eligible expenses as part of the brownfield redevelopment. So it's important to know first what your strategic plan might be in terms of that property or any other asset that the city has, any other state agencies you might be able to partner with to finance those eligible activities on the front end, because you're going to recapture those and pay them back over time. And so once you get to that, then all of the other things that people have mentioned as well are important, right? So you have to determine, one, whether it qualifies for a brownfield redevelopment. There are certain qualities of the property. Is it contaminated? Is it blighted? Is it obsolete? These are criteria for brownfield redevelopment. So assuming all of those things are true, then we can work through that process. Ultimately, however, it's the city council that has to decide whether or not it makes economic sense in order to capture those taxes, spend the money on the cleanup, and then pay off that over time.
Thank you very much for that response.
You're welcome.
The council and neighborhood leaders are quite upset regarding a property in the Pinecrest neighborhood that is unkempt. The grass is several feet high, there are strange smells wafting from piles of materials clearly visible on the property, and there are unpermitted structures on the premises. Previous attempts over the years to bring enforcement action have resulted in a protracted legal dispute that resulted in an unfavorable outcome for the city. Yet, issues persist. What advice would you give to the council?
So obviously we would want to know what happened in the past. That's the first place we start. I can tell you an interesting story because we, over the years, have done a lot of blight work for our clients, both urban and more rural clients. The first blight case or nuisance case I ever had involved somebody who was running an unlawful dog kennel, and they had amassed a 30-foot wide pile of dog excrement in the yard that was about 3 feet tall. And there it sat. And so people would complain about it and nothing would get done about it. And finally, I was able to have a meeting with the owner, and we met with him and we said, look, you have to take care of this. And he said, sure, no problem. The next day he poured gas on it and lit it on fire. And I said, that's not what we meant. And so blight is always a problem. Blight's a problem for any community, particularly when it gets out of control. And so you have to take care of it. You have to devote the resources to it. But we don't litigate these issues first. So the first thing we always do in every blight case is write a letter and see if we can get compliance that way. The second thing that I think is very helpful is, generally speaking, most violations of nuisance ordinance and those things are civil infractions. The civil infraction statute is very important, not necessarily for the civil infraction fine, but because what it carries behind it, and that is the injunctive power of the court. So under the municipal civil infraction statute, district court judges in resolving those civil infraction statute or violations can order not only fines, civil fines and costs, but also have the authority to issue injunctive relief, meaning that they can order the defendant then to clean up the property. That's important because if they don't comply with that order, it subjects them to civil contempt. Civil contempt is important because it subjects them then to not only attorney fees and costs, but also jail time. And not that we want to see anybody go to jail, but you can see how the pressure starts to ratchet up. And the judge will generally give people time and the ability to clean up the property. But if it doesn't get done, there are sanctions there that can be certainly pretty powerful in compelling that action.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Our next question is, in 2005, a building alteration was approved by the Building, Zoning, and Historic District Preservation Divisions, and work was completed to renovate a two-unit duplex near downtown. The work completed in 2005 included modifications, including the removal of the separation of units, a kitchen, living areas, and adding bedrooms. These changes effectively made it into a one-unit rental property. During a routine inspection, a housing inspector noticed that the rental license currently on file with the city is still a Class 3 rental license for 2 units, with each unit being licensed for up to 2. He alerted the housing administrator, who has brought the issue to your attention. There are currently 5 renters living in the building. What actions, if any, do you recommend?
I can answer this question. I think Mike said it best just a moment ago that you wouldn't start with litigating an issue like this. Typically, the very first move in something when you're dealing with a condition that can be resolved is to send a letter and try to get voluntary compliance. That would be the most cost-effective option for the city, as well as the least intrusive option to the landlord and the renters. If that's not possible and you aren't able to get a resolution started with a demand letter or with communicating with that landlord, I think the next best thing to do would be to determine the status of the residents, particularly the rental residents, the people who are leasing the property. The city's ordinance has a number of exceptions available for visiting clergy, foreign exchange students, a number of options, whether it's maybe childcare help. So before immediately assuming that those people are, impermissibly living in that building, it'd be a good idea to determine what their status is, what their relationship is. And obviously family is another great example of something that would not be governed by your rental license ordinance. The next thing would be to talk to the Housing Commission. It sounds like this has been going on for 15 years at this point. I know that the city of East Lansing has an annual review process for rental units, and the class 3 rental license is only good for about 13 months. So every year, someone would have been going to that property in order to issue the renewal of that license. So determining what that was the last time that an inspector was at the property, what the conditions were, and why that renewal was granted would be a great first step. Then if that still doesn't produce a good result, really kind of taking a look at the practical situation and determining whether the property is best reclassified as a different rental class, or possibly have the conditions of the people living in that property change. It seems like in this circumstance, the issue isn't so much with the property itself not meeting the classification, but really more with the number of people, number of occupants being impermissible under that particular class. So whether it makes more sense to remove the people from that property, or attempt eviction proceedings, or to reclassify the property into a class 2 or 4 rental class that would allow for a larger number of renters or larger number of occupants. And then of course, if that still doesn't produce the results you're looking for, sanctions and fines are possible. I know that the city ordinance, or whether the city of East Lansing has implemented the International Property Maintenance Code. It's a tongue tie. But under the International Property Maintenance Code, there are sanctions available, and the ability to, put some teeth behind the actions that you're looking for. So that would really be the last option, and obviously one of the most severe before you to actually go and try to take this issue to the courts. But I think always the best option to start out with is to try to work with the people involved and try to get an option where voluntary compliance is the solution.
Great. Thank you. The city is next question is, the city of East Lansing is attempting to obtain an easement over part of a private parcel of property to facilitate public purpose construction. The property owner refuses to grant the easement. What strategy would you recommend the city council employ to obtain the easement?
I'll address this one, although several of us on the call have a lot of firsthand experience with these types of situations and processes, as it comes up a lot with general municipal law for sidewalk projects and other things. Before shooting off a letter to the property owner, of course, we want to sit down and figure out what the city's willing to pay for that as part of the project and what that easement is worth. And that's determined either through an appraisal or other substantiation. And another important part that you don't want to skip over, of course, is finding who all of the owners of the property are, not just who holds the deed, but any mortgage holders, others who hold easements. All of those are entitled to the good faith written offer. So once you do that due diligence and get it together, then we submit a good faith written offer. And hopefully you're able to negotiate a reasonable price for just compensation and get it resolved and get on with the project. If you have a property owner who absolutely refuses to pay refuses to receive a dime for that easement, then you are going to have to turn to the condemnation process. The good thing about that is that if necessity isn't challenged, you can get that title vested in the city fairly quickly in the proceeding. So it doesn't necessarily hold up the project, and then you've just got to sort out the just compensation that is paid. But certainly it's a process that a number of us have worked through in various capacities. And Mark Kerner also has some experience in that as well. So I wanted to let him chime in as well.
And everything that Laura said is absolutely correct. Just one of the things that I was thinking is thinking outside of the box when dealing with particular property owners is really important as well. Had an experience with a greenway project connecting walkable space together in a community, and we had property owners that were unwilling to sign easements for that walkable space. But having some time sitting down with the property owner and really discussing what the issue is, we learned that part of the problem is they had some 100-year-old trees on their property that they were concerned about losing during the process. So working with the community, we determined that if we hired the services of an arborist, we could preserve those trees, make the landowner happy, and also pay a very little amount for the easement itself. So they just used some project costs to to do some good environmental work as well and also keep the property owner happy. So Laura's right. You certainly, if you have to go the condemnation route, you can get title passes pretty quickly unless there's a necessity challenge. And even then, necessity challenges are rarely successful. But if you think outside of the box beforehand and do what you can to determine what the landowner wants, if it's within reason, then hopefully you can get that taken care of without proceeding with litigation.
Great.
We have about 19 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Give us an example of a zoning case that you or your firm handled that resulted in a favorable decision for your client municipality, and an example of a zoning case that you or your firm handled that did not have a favorable result.
So my favorite zoning cases are one where we get to put a project together and build something or do something great. Those aren't necessarily litigation cases, although our record, I would submit, is almost unmatched in terms of zoning and litigation as well. So we had a project out in Livingston County that involved complicated land swaps with MDOT, Livingston County, Genesee County. It was a multi-jurisdictional sewer expansion project, involved relocating actual public roads, involved Meijer and Walmart. And trust me, getting Meijer and Walmart to work together when they are competing to build stores across the street from each other is a challenge. But we did it. It was a 2.5-year project. Everything got constructed, and it was great for the community. The other one that I want to mention is the litigation case, and that involved a local municipality, and it was a preemption issue involving whose zoning ordinance applies. And it involved a county and a township, and whether or not a county had to comply with a township zoning ordinance. And the statute is pretty clear that for county-owned buildings, there is preemption. The problem is this was a shooting range with a shooting pavilion. That case went to the Supreme Court, and we represented the township and prevailed, forcing the county then to comply with our zoning ordinance. And it was a good case to be involved with, because it, to some degree, settled some of those issues of preemption between county and township governments and whose zoning ordinance applied. The other one, it's currently being litigated, and so there's only so much I can say, except that we have received some unfavorable judgments, or decisions from the court thus far. But it's a good reminder because we weren't involved until after some decisions that were made that were crucial. And had we been involved earlier with that, I'm certain that we could have rectified the situation. Now the case is not over. There are still arguments to be made. But I think it's a good example of when you have zoning issues, it's better to get us involved earlier rather than later.
Great, thank you for that answer. Sure. By city charter, all contracts must be approved by the city attorney. This is a frequent requirement. Please tell us who will be involved in the review and how it will be billed.
So that's a good question, and it depends on the contract, obviously. So for example, if there's a real estate purchase agreement, we would have one of our real estate attorneys review that contract. If it's an environmental development agreement, one of our environmental attorneys would review that agreement and contract. The reason for that is because it's much more efficient. I wouldn't give an environmental contract to somebody who has no idea about environmental law, like one of our work comp attorneys, right? We all have an area of specialty, and that's important. The reason why it's important is it's cost saving for the city. So we've kind of segmented our municipal practice into different areas, like Alex talked about, where he works on telecommunications. All of our video franchise service agreements, they go to Alex. Why? Because it's faster to have him review it and take a look at it than it would be for me to do it, or for probably Ann to do it. So that's why we do it that way. It would be billed hourly under our agreement, but you know, like I said at the beginning, cost is obviously an issue. I think you pay way too much, and you know, we can talk about alternative fee arrangements or a cap on those costs too. So for example, you know, your first year costs shouldn't be any more than $500,000. It's just not going to happen. I mean, you exclude the civil litigation portion that's covered by likely your insurance counsel, and it shouldn't be that high.
Great.
I've been doing this a long time.
I appreciate that response. And you actually answered one of my follow-up questions. So that's good. How accessible will our primary contact, the city attorney, be to councils and staff for regular or urgent calls? Would they be available for on-site meetings? How would they handle travel time?
So we talked a little about that so far. Everybody on our team, since I'm the practice group leader of our municipal team, everybody takes the same approach in our practice group, and that is we have a standard of returning calls to clients within 4 hours. That may not always be me if I'm tied up in a hearing or in court, but it will be somebody from our team, either by email, text, telephone, you name it. All of our clients have our cell phone numbers, so they call us and they know to call us anytime they need us. And so that's never been an issue with us. Everybody wants to talk to somebody when they need them, and that's what we strive to undertake. Travel time, I'll briefly address because I don't think we mentioned this in our proposal. So typically we only charge for travel time outside of a 25-mile radius from our nearest office. Because of our office in Lansing, there's no travel time. So that's not an issue.
Okay, thank you. Emily, could you give me a time that we have left?
Yep, we have about 13 minutes left.
Great. I'm going to go again based on who's on my screen for follow-up questions. Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. As you know, one of your tasks will be prosecuting the city's misdemeanors in 54B. And I'm sorry, Mr. Easterly, would follow you? Okay.
Yes.
There was a high-profile incident earlier this year where we saw a lot of videotape, and it was the conclusion of some, I'm in that group, that two identical sets of behavior occurred under the law, but the charges were different, and the only discernible difference between the two gentlemen was their race. I don't know if you're familiar with that. Okay. I'm curious about whether you share my opinion, but also how you would approach cases to be sure that there's no inference of racial prosecution.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. I am familiar with the case, or what the case is. I can tell you from experience, I'm also familiar with what it feels like to represent clients who are of different racial backgrounds. I can tell you what it feels like or what the experience is of representing retained clients versus, court-appointed clients and the differences that you receive oftentimes in dealing with prosecutors or other people. I can tell you what it looks like to, see the outcomes be very different in cases, which starts with things like what's charged, what level things are charged at, what type of plea arrangements, plea agreements then come out of that, which ultimately will impact what a judge will do in a case as it relates to sentencing and outcomes. And I can tell you, I fight against that very, very hard. And, I've been involved in, different areas of our state and seeing those differences, as well. As far as I'm concerned, what's most important, and I commend this council and East Lansing, what's most important is that it's come from the top down that there needs to be a change. This council has made that apparent. I think our community in East Lansing has made that apparent. And you've got to balance the, idea of supporting and working with your police force with supporting and working with your, your constituents. And again, part of the stance that this council and other folks have taken is a huge part of helping to balance that scale. As far as I'm concerned, there absolutely should be a lot more fairness as it relates to how things are charged and how plea agreements are reached and those sorts of things. It's also important to understand, I had a judge recently, remind a prosecutor that, standard offers and standard orders, are appropriate in some contexts. And what's also important is understanding the individuals that are in front of you. And so, for me, there's nothing more important than being an administrator of justice. And unless we have justice for everyone, we don't really have justice happening.
Thank you.
We have less than 10 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Emily. Mayor Pro Tem Greg.
I'll skip my long question. Ms. Genovich mentioned in her opening statements that she had experience with COVID-related law enforcement. Obviously, that's a big problem for municipalities across Michigan, specifically navigating the intersection between the different agencies. So if you wanted to just speak to your experience with that, that would be sufficient for answering my question.
Yes, thank you. I'd be happy to. So when all of this started, our firm immediately started a COVID-19 task force that I've been leading and responding to clients' questions. Phone was ringing off the hook through March and April, of course, with these issues. What can we as a city do? What about the employment implications? There's a lot of different issues that come up with that. So we have worked in a lot of different areas. We worked with the district health department in actually drafting an order that applied to the state, which we got some pushback on, and we're able to show that under the law, we actually could do that. We've drafted dozens of COVID-19 preparedness and response plans for public bodies, including cities, trained them on what their obligations are and how to create a workplace that's safe for people to return to, and advise them on how people can return safely, how to keep their talented people by allowing some to work from home when they can, but how to make a workplace that people feel safe returning to the greatest extent possible. We've worked on those employment issues that invariably have come up with that. And I think on a daily basis, I've advised municipalities on different employment questions that have come up with that. So we have experience from the basic drafting of the orders, very familiar with the Emergency Management Act and the power that a city chief executive officer has under that, familiar with the city's ordinance 1488 and what the city's been doing. And I think we're well positioned to step in and help the city continue to pursue those goals.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Watson.
Hi. So I'm noticing your publications and that a number of them come from your Foster Swift legal update. Would we be a part of the e-blast or the information that you share with clients? And would it be something that we'd be able to understand and would be helpful to us?
Absolutely. We cover a variety of municipal topics. And the reason why this comes up is we have so many municipal clients that when one is affected by something, change in the law, a new issue, you can bet we get another call, usually within days, same issue, different municipality dealing with the same thing. So I think that's what's able to give us those efficiencies because they're typically the same issues. And so absolutely, you'd be part of that as well.
Okay. And I do have one more short question.
Yeah, go for it. That's all right with Councilmember Bacon. I'll over a nod.
Oh, are we going to go to him? Sorry. Go ahead.
Did you throw to me?
I was saying if it's okay with you, would you mind if Councilmember Watson added one small question? All right, thank you.
Just wanted to go back. Did you guys answer, is there going to be one staff person at our city council meeting?
Yeah, so typically that would be me, unless I had a conflict. And then that could be Mark or Laura as well, both of them. But, one of the things that I'll say is we have compiled a team where every one of us, because we have regular practice group meetings, we know what's going on with our clients all the time. And that's the benefit of having a great municipal team.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Bacon?
Yeah, I think it was from, I was just looking at the capitation structure you were talking about, both being capitated at X dollar amount and then with the hourly structure.
Yeah.
What did that amount to, just in full transparency, for a like-sized municipality? What was that? What did that look like in practice?
Well,
5 minutes remaining.
So I will tell you this. I have a client right now that's at exactly almost half the size. They pay a quarter of what you're paying. And I saved them money their first year. And we do that because we're efficient in what we do. Not only that, I'll go so far as to say we educate our clients, right? So for example, I have another municipal client, city client, they were spending $50,000 a year on FOIA requests. until we were able to train somebody at the city to handle those simple FOIA requests. If there's something complicated, they can still rely on us. They cut their costs by $40,000 a year. And it's those things where I think the training, the knowledge, and Ann Searink was responsible for that, pays off for our clients. We represent so many municipalities, but more importantly, they've trusted us for decades with their legal work. That means across boards, across councils, we have remained their counsel because I don't want to waste taxpayer money. It's not my goal. We wouldn't have lasted this long with some of our clients gouging them on fees. When a client calls me and I can answer the question off the top of my head in 2 minutes or less, I generally don't charge them for the phone call. Why would I?
Thank you. I just wanted to be excessively sensitive to that subject based on the environment that we're in right now. So
sure.
Thank you for your response.
Yep.
Great. I have one follow-up question that I will ask. I think you actually answered a number of my questions in terms of cost capping. Good to hear that you are optimistic about our pricing, but that you're open to a cap as well. Make sure that we feel a little bit more comfortable, which is good. So some of the other RFPs listed out some specific areas of expertise that you have. Obviously, you have a very vast team here. We have a library that's fairly involved. We also have elections that are fairly robust with a good student population here. Are those, those are two typical areas where resources are really needed in a very specified area? I mean, do you guys have experience with libraries and other municipalities in terms of elections and other? I'm seeing some smiles. So
yes.
Yeah, I'll turn
Election
it over.
law.
I'll turn it over to Ann first on the libraries, and then Laura on elections.
I probably have the biggest library practice in Michigan. I think I'm one of the only real library lawyers. I know there's other municipal lawyers that do it, but I have over 100 library clients, and I've been doing that for 20 years. So I think we're very well positioned to help with your library issues.
Wonderful.
Great. And on the election law area, I do a lot with that on the municipal end, and we recently litigated a case that involved an election law issue on behalf of a municipality dealing with whether the COVID-19 pandemic extended certain petition filing deadlines. So very up on that, and with dealing with the practical day-to-day questions that come up with election law for cities.
Great. Thank you very much. I don't have any other follow-up questions. Are there any? Yeah, Councilmember Babcock.
I do, and it's a very important question for Mr. Thibodeau. You were born in Lansing. Which high school?
Oh, I wasn't raised in Lansing. I was raised in Farmington Hills, but I was born at what is now Sparrows, but back then was St. Lawrence Hospital in Lansing.
Okay, just checking. Thought I'd find a fellow Quaker. Anyway.
I appreciate it.
Anything else that you guys like to add?
Thank you. Just one thing, and that is I want to thank you again for the opportunity. I know, this is kind of a new way of doing things. Typically, we're first face to face, and we can get to know each other a little better. But I will make this promise, as I do to all of our clients, and that is, we're going to tell you what the law provides. You folks decide the policies. I don't take sides. So I don't pick and choose winners and losers. It is the council's job to set the policy. It is our job to then go out and achieve the objective within the bounds of the law. And that's what we do. So I can tell you that as a matter of course, I have never donated to a political campaign, not one time, won't do it. I think it's problematic from a city attorney perspective for me. And so, because again, I'm not picking winners or losers. My client is the entity itself and not any one individual. And that's how we treat it. So, but I really very much appreciate the opportunity, and thank you from all of our team members.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I just got the text message that time was up, so I think we ended that just perfectly.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Everyone. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I'll ask for our next interviewee to be let in. Hello. Devani, am I pronouncing that right?
Hello.
Oh, and Carlito.
Hi, let me put on my video.
Devani, sorry, my bad.
No problem.
We are waiting for my partner, Steve Jopik. He just texted me. He was on and now he's having some issues getting back in. So
Okay.
How is everybody tonight?
Doing all right?
Did it get very windy by you up there? It was very windy down here. I'm worried about my umbrella in the back. It's not going to go.
I was
It's not
actually
going to
worried
last.
about a little bit of feedback, honestly, because the wind would pick up there for a second. But
Yeah. Let me text Steve and see what his status is.
Take a bite here.
And if you guys need troubleshooting help with that, our council secretary is, I'm sure, more than happy to assist if connection issues are persisting.
Let me call him. Let me put myself on mute and call him and to see what's going on, if you don't mind. If you bear with me, I apologize. Thank you.
We'll be right back, guys. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. I'm talking to Steve right now, and he says they need a password to get on.
I just went ahead and resent Steve the panelist information, so it should be in his email. So
Okay.
if he wants to look in that, he was on and then he was promoted to, or he was changed to an attendee. So now if he joins again, he'll be back at a panelist.
Okay.
Okay.
You hear that, Steve?
Yeah, I got her email. I just clicked on it. And I'm waiting to get in. Okay, looks like I'm there.
All right.
Yeah.
That's Steve.
You're in.
There we go. Steve, if you could unmute your mic really quick just so we can make sure it's working.
Okay, sorry about that. I was on and I didn't want to butt in on somebody else's interview, so I signed off.
It's all good. Appreciate that.
Thank you for the help.
Great. So let me just pull up. So really briefly, I want to explain kind of what this interview is going to look like. So if you've been watching the other ones, we've got 45 minutes allocated to each interviewee. And I'm going to give you guys a brief opportunity to briefly introduce yourselves and talk, just because there's multiple people on the team. We're going to go through, and we have the questions that we had talked about last week at our council meeting that you've seen relayed that are the same. And then we've got an opportunity at the end of our interview to ask follow-up questions that might be related to specific issues that council members have been bringing up, or specifically to your proposal, or answers that you gave during those other questions. So we're not going to be timing you on anything for individual questions, but we're suggesting that folks take about 25 minutes to answer those questions that we had originally. Of course, that's up to you. It's your time. It just might leave a limited opportunity for follow-up after. So does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Great. Carlito or Devaney, whoever, or Steve, you can kick us off. This won't count towards your time, but you just want to give very brief introductions.
Sure. I'll start. Yeah, my name is Steve Jopik. I was on the proposal as being put forward by the firm to be your city attorney, if you would so desire. I appreciate the opportunity. And I've been a municipal attorney for 26 years now. That's all I've done. That's what I do. I serve cities, villages, townships, general counsel, and special counsel to a number of communities. Special counsel meaning when I'm brought in for a special project to handle in a special area. And I also do litigation as part of my work on behalf of municipalities on both on the plaintiff side when they have to bring a lawsuit and when they are sued. So that's just very brief. I have a few other remarks with regard to the first question. I'll turn it over to Carlito next, if he wants to introduce himself.
Hello again, everybody. Like Steve said, my name is Carlito Young. I've been with Rosati Schultz for 20 years, straight out of law school. Was going to work for the Attorney General's office, but Governor Engler and then Attorney General Granholm were having a little bit of a fight, and there was a hiring freeze. I went in and interviewed with Carol Rosati and Laura Amsbuchler, and I've been there ever since. 20 years at the firm. I think it's very important. This is my 20th year. I'm very proud of that fact, so I'm bragging about that to everybody. That I think that's a testament to the firm and what we do. I started out in litigation, primarily handling litigation. And over the course of the past 10 years, I've been getting into more of the general counsel day-to-day work. It's a different challenge. It's equally as exciting, but it's a different challenge. I enjoy it. My specialties they're kind of all over the place, but I focus on the police, representing police departments and police officers, employment law, and the transparency laws. Steve and I started working together probably about 10 years ago, and it's been pretty good. It's been pretty good, and we're working hand in hand on matters. We've become a team. Devaney's recently joined, and this team's getting stronger. So it's a nice place to be, to start, to grow into, and looking forward to keep working on in the future.
Thank you. Devaney?
My name is Devaney Gordon. I am a newer attorney at the firm. I came here straight out of law school, where I went to law school at Michigan State. I previously lived and worked in East Lansing for about 4 years while I went to school, and worked at the city attorney's office in Lansing and legal services of South Central Michigan. So I'm very familiar with the area, and I'm a diehard Spartan. So I primarily work with municipal law and employment, labor, constitutional, civil rights. Lately, I've been doing a lot of niche marijuana related matters. But I'm appreciative of being here, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'll request that the time start now. What would you like to add to your RFP response that you did not previously include?
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. I really appreciated this question. It does give an opportunity when you have to put together a proposal like that, no matter how thorough you want to be, you can't be. You don't have all day to read these, especially when you get as many as you did, to go through all of them, then whittle them down and go through them again when you're interviewing. Appreciate all your efforts you're putting into this undertaking for the community and going through our materials. But yeah, we don't have everything in there because we don't want to burden you with everything. So it's a great chance. There are a few things I wanted to cover. First, I wanted to mention as part of our introduction that there are 2 other attorneys that I would have liked to have here with us. They're mentioned in our proposal, and I think they're important parts of our team. They are Beth Sorella, Elizabeth Sorella is how she's listed in our proposal, and Chuck Snell. Chuck Snell is proposed to be the lead prosecutor, and Beth Sorella is proposed to be doing a number of things with the city if you choose us. But she would also be directly with me on a day-to-day basis to assist in the day-to-day work. And thankfully, we have Devaney here, who is also, as part of who I would propose to be one of the assistant city attorneys to work with me on a day-to-day basis with your administration, staff, and as you know, there is a lot of interaction that goes on a day-to-day basis with everybody there. I may be the face with you at the city council meetings if you choose us, but they may be there if I'm on vacation. So I wanted to make sure that they were here, but unfortunately Beth and Chuck are on vacation and out of town with their families and can't be here. So they apologize for not being able to present them. Just picked a bad week, I guess, in terms of having them here, but it's a good week for you. I know you got to move fast. So as far as other things to mention, I wanted to share with you a little bit about my personal philosophy. I think every city attorney carries with her or him a certain philosophy going into the position. The city attorney sits with the city council, works for the city council, has to work with the city manager, city clerk, city staff. We're all part of the same team. That's how I feel. And our firm is a very team-oriented group. We become part of the community when we're chosen to be a general counsel with a city. Community is everything for you, and it becomes everything for us, whether or not we live there. I join community service groups in places where I represent. I may not live there, but I'm still active in the community. I think that's critical importance. We mentioned that in our proposal. I can't emphasize it enough. We need to know your community and become part of it, even if we don't necessarily live there or have an office directly there. And that kind of brings me to my second point that's not really well covered in the proposal. And I think it's important because I couldn't help but notice the other three finalists all, well, two of them have larger offices in Lansing, and one of them, Mr. Brookover, I'm aware of him. I used to work for, I believe it's his brother, who was a district court judge. And when I was in law school, I worked for his brother, and I think I met him at that time. But I know he is a fixture in the area there. So I wanted to cover location a little bit with you, recognizing as should be a concern. It is a concern, I would imagine, with you to make sure that we're there with you and have a presence. We do have an office in Lansing. It's noted on our proposal. I do work out of the Farmington Hills office. But if we were appointed to serve you and me as your city attorney, what I would do is I would get us an added desk in that office and work 1 or 2 days a week or more if necessary out of that office to be closer, to be present. And I'll address more of that in terms of the last question on your list. I also wanted to mention that it's not emphasized much in our proposal, the marijuana aspect of this. This is a big issue in our state. We're extremely active in that area with many, many communities. I drafted, I believe, the first, if not the first, one of the first ordinances for medical marijuana facilities in Macomb County. And I'm very active in that area of law. I'm a member of the marijuana section as well as the government law section of the state bar. I give lectures. I've written articles on the topic. So has Debony Carlitos active. There are a number of attorneys here. In fact, we did the amicus brief on the recent Supreme Court decision that came down on the zoning issue in favor of local control, maintaining local control. We did the amicus brief for the Michigan Municipal League and the government law section of the State Bar of Michigan. So that was a very successful process. Also fees, I think I mentioned in the proposal that it was hard to come up with a set dollar amount. We are willing to do that. We just need some information, would really appreciate having some information. We don't want to be irresponsible. I'm sure you don't want a law firm that comes in and says $300,000 and it ends up being $450,000 or $500,000 and they're losing money and going out of business. You don't want that. Obviously, we wouldn't want that. Not having represented your city, it was very hard. I struggled with how to address that with you. And I would like to do just that, address it with you instead of guessing and making a stab in the dark. And I know your proposal left that open as an item that could be discussed, and I appreciate that. The only other area is the prosecutions. I think that's a large area of work in East Lansing from what I've read up on East Lansing and learned. And I wanted to let you know that we do, the way we handle prosecutions is we have 2 attorneys who are full-time prosecutors. That's what they do. They do local city prosecutions, local, they do some townships as well, but they do local prosecutions every day of the week. That's their full-time job. They're very seasoned. Both of them have over 25 years experience. I think one of them is over 30 years experience. Chuck Snell is one of them. And both of them are former county prosecutors. They're consummate professionals at what they do. They do it very well. They do it extremely efficiently, and they know how it works. They're very up to speed on everything. It's not a part-time gig for them. We also have a number of other attorneys, one of which is seasoned, Lisa Hamame. She is a very good prosecutor and would be there to assist. I listed Mike Hanchett on our proposal as working with Chuck as the prosecutor. So that would be our team, but we have many others to assist and make sure we get a right match for you on the prosecution front. And with that, that's all that I had to add to our proposal. Carlito, Debony, I don't know if you have anything else.
I think there's just 2 things. I'm not alone when it comes to the long time that I've been with the firm, and I like to reiterate that and reemphasize that. Many people that came in with me are still there, and we're there for a long time. So that means we know what we're doing, and we've been through it all. And that type of experience assists us with the issues that arise during the course of this work. Me personally, as I've transitioned a little bit to become more of a hybrid type attorney, dealing with litigation and dealing with the general counsel day-to-day, what I call day-to-day lawyering, it gives me a unique perspective. But at the same time, we still balance that, because I think if you balance it perfectly and you know what's going on in the courts, at the same time what you report to your clients, that gives your clients the insight that they need and how to deal with the issues that they face.
Thank you very much. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are not just words in this city. What racial justice work has your firm been involved in? How does diversity show in your firm, and how does inclusion matter?
I know Carlito wanted to talk about this first. I have some things I wanted to communicate as well, and I think Debony will try to be brief each, knowing you have a timeline.
Like I said, for 20 years I've been practicing law, and you practice law, you look out there, and sometimes it's not as diverse as you think it should be. And that's very noticeable when you get out there, when you get in the profession. And I think that's a problem, that's an issue. And one thing I've liked about this firm is they've always been committed to trying to address that. Look at the screen, that tells you what our firm is about. But at the same time, what do? I personally, one of the reasons why my commitment to this firm has remained strong is their same commitment to the things that I believe in. I believe it all starts in education. A commitment to education is what attracts, what creates, fixes a lot of the problems that we have in this world. And this firm helped me from the beginning in a nonprofit that I believed in, providing scholarships to inner city kids, to those kids that were on the fringe, didn't know what was happening, but had a story behind them, but just needed an opportunity. They supported that from day one, and they continue to do that. That's a great thing. What do I do personally? I'm active in that group, and we speak out to the community. Just a couple of years ago, I spoke with a Detroit police officer, spoke to some kids in the community. They're in this group called the Real Skills Program, and we talked to them about interacting with police, what the law says, what you should do, and more importantly, what you shouldn't. The firm has always been supportive of that, and those are things that we explore, but it starts with education, whether it's book education or life education. This firm has been behind that, and that's one of the reasons that that 20-year commitment remains for me.
Thank you very much. I know that you had said there are other responses that you wanted to give.
Debony?
Yeah, for me, early on, it was very clear that diversity and inclusion was very important to the firm. I can recall my first interview for my position. I walked into the interview and I was being interviewed by 3 female attorneys, and that had never happened before. I'd been on countless interviews for jobs and internships, and I've never had all female attorneys, high-level female attorneys within a firm interviewing me for a position. So that right there stood out to me as, you know, this firm is taking what diversity inclusion means and actually putting forth the action. And when I got to the firm, to see that our firm is also more than half female attorneys and also includes people of color, and not just having the women and people of color there, but having them in those positions of power, making the decisions, you know, that always really stood out to me. And that was a huge decision for me personally on why, you know, I chose to come to Rosati Schultz and why I remain there today. So I think there are a lot of firms that say diversity inclusion is important and they speak the words, but you'll look at the makeup and you just won't see it. And I think you see it here. And, you know, I think we have a really solid foundation. There's always work that can be done, but I think we, you know, we have a good foundation that we're working off of from there. So.
Thank you.
And the only thing I'd like to add is that our firm was founded by a woman, Carol Rosati. She's recognized statewide as one of the top municipal law attorneys, and she has made waves throughout this profession in a very positive way for her entire career. She founded the firm, Carlito, what, 25, 26 years ago or so?
1993 was the start, 1992, 93.
26 years ago. Started small, and we're still not a large firm like the others on your group here, but we have 25 attorneys and soon to be 26. We have an MSU law grad that we are hiring. She just took the bar, and if she passes, she will join our firm as well in our Lansing office, by the way. Carol is also our managing shareholder, which is basically our CEO. She manages our firm. She runs the show here along with me and Tom Schultz and Laura Amspugler, who you see on our proposal as well. We'll all be involved with your city, all of us. And you know, my name is on the firm mass. That doesn't mean a whole lot generally in the grand scheme of things, but it's the things that Carlito and Debony talked about are important to me. If my name is going to be there, that's important to me. I wouldn't have wanted my name on some other firms necessarily, but I'm proud to have it on this firm. As far as my own experience, you know, I've done some things as much as I can, but I work for communities, and to the extent they want to become involved in these sorts of things, I have become involved. I did work, one of the proudest things I've done is work on a human rights ordinance back in 2014 and 15. Not a trendy thing back then. It was the start of the trend, I think. A lot of communities adopted them. I'm sure you're on the list. Worked with the ACLU on it. It was a great project, and one of the more proud things I did. And hopefully I'll have the opportunity to work on some things with you as well.
No, we had one a little bit before 2014, but yes, I agree.
Good for you. Way to go.
So on to our next question. A developer has approached the council regarding a 4-acre city-owned property in the northern tier that they would like to redevelop into a senior care facility. The property recently became the city's as a part of a gift to the city and is not currently listed for sale. Is not currently listed for sale. The former use of the property indicates that there may be some environmental contamination on the site. The developer has stated that they would need to utilize brownfield tax increment financing to address any site contamination that may exist. What factors would you recommend to the council? What factors would you recommend the council consider in response to this request?
Well, I've dealt with these types of scenarios previously. In fact, I had a meeting today regarding one that's in its infancy, and they're great projects. It's a partnership project. That is, it's great if it's good for the community and it's what the city wants. And that's number one. What do you want? I need to know what you want. You know, I could sit here and talk all night on this. This is one of the areas I'm very active in. There are a lot of factors to consider. First of all, my first starting point would be, you know, assume it's a great offer. Assume it's a lot of money. Don't jump in. Don't rush into anything. We need to step back. We need to check into this. There's a lot of things we need to know. It's donated land. I can't tell from the question how long we've had it, but you know, it was obviously donated by somebody who wanted it to be for public use or something for the city. First question is, what was that donor looking for? First and foremost, is there anything in writing? Any restrictions on the property? We need to factor that in. If it says you can't use it for a senior citizen facility, or other than single family residence, or for park property. A lot of donated properties just for parks. So you got to find out what that donor was all about. If it's in writing, you got trouble. If it's not in writing, be careful, because you may be offending a family in the community who entrusted it to you. And that's, pretty important. And it could affect future donations if you violate that trust, even if it's not in writing. Next, I would get into questions and factoring in whether it's been appraised. What is the developer offering? Has the property been appraised? Is it a good value? Have you done an environmental assessment? I know you say it's contaminated. What is it contaminated with? How extensive? Would that contamination preclude use as a residential senior citizen facility? If it's a certain type of contamination, the cleanup is extraordinary. Is that even feasible, even if you have brownfield funds to assist with it? Is this developer being realistic? Survey of property, the ALTA, to see what you have on the property, what the property is like, the title information concerning the property. Even if the donor didn't put restrictions on it, there may be other restrictions that you need to know about before you go into this effort. Always looking back to see, is this even something the city wants to do? That's, again, your starting point, but you're always reassessing that. I talked about appraisals, but money isn't everything. You do need to, there's a general rule that you do need to get fair value for the property, a reasonable value for property, public owned property that you sell. You got to get a reasonable value for it, but it's not always money. There are things that you can do with land restrictions and requirements that might result in a lower purchase price. Say you want a park to be retained and maintained as part of the process, and that gets held back or leased or something, then you're affecting the property value for the benefit of the community. There might be some community benefit in there. What's it zoned? What's it master planned? What is the community expecting to happen with this property? Is the developer's proposal consistent with it? We'd bring in the planners, of course, to get involved in the process and be communicating with all levels of staff to see what this looks like and if it's a good fit. Good fit. That's a big part of this. Not just legal either. I'm there to cover all the legal issues with you, but there are a number of other factors outside of that. Also, is what sort of process are you going to follow when you're selling property? When you're buying property, the Open Meetings Act allows you to go into closed session to discuss it when you're buying. But when you're selling it, the Open Meetings Act doesn't apply. So now you're in public. Other than any legal opinions I might write you, we might be able to go into closed session to discuss them. But now you have a public process in dealing with this. You might use that and fold that into public hearing or something to get the community's input. You might do an RFP or an RFQ. Many times when you're selling property, the development might look good, but does the developer? Does he work? Is he qualified? Does she have enough funds to back it up? Can they do the job that they promise that they're going to do? They're going to make it sound great, but are they really qualified? Maybe you want to go out for an RFQ and find out who else is out there. Maybe they have a better idea that's better for the community. You don't know unless you go out. So you're going to want to consider whether to go down that path. And then, of course, you get into the purchase documents. Those are critical. I could be here forever talking about what you want to see in those. And the brownfield, of course, is a process that you can go through, but funding of the brownfield fund, where does that stand? We need to look at that. We need to see if this even qualifies for brownfield funding. Like I said, I could go on, but I know we don't have all night.
Thank you very much for that answer.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
The council and neighborhood leaders. Oh, sorry. Was there something else?
No,
okay.
I was just saying you're welcome.
The council and neighborhood leaders are quite upset regarding a property in the Pinecrest neighborhood that is unkempt. The grass is several feet high. There are strange smells wafting from piles of materials clearly visible on the property, and there are unpermitted structures on the premises. Previous attempts over the years to bring enforcement actions have resulted in a protracted legal dispute that resulted in an unfavorable outcome for the city. Yet, issues persist. What advice would you give to the council?
Yeah, well, this one sounds like a mess for everybody involved. I hope it's not a real life scenario, but if it is, I'm sorry that whoever has to go through it is going through it on all ends. These are not fun. And so I think coming in with a scenario where there was enforcement action taken and it wasn't successful, there was an unfavorable outcome. I think the first thing I do as your legal counsel is sit down with everybody, staff and maybe city council in closed session. I don't know, but there would be a point of sitting down. Let's take a breath. Let's step back. Let's pause for a minute, clear our heads. And I'd reassure everybody that we're going to work together to find a different path to get toward a resolution of this that works for everybody. Yes, we have to deal with an unfavorable ruling, but that may not be the end of it. There may be other options. So what I'd do then is I'd listen. I'd ask questions. I'd listen to the whole story. What does the city council, what's your story? What are your feelings about it? What are the feelings of city staff that are involved in this, that have been involved in this? What information did they have about it? What thoughts do they have? What do we want to accomplish? Maybe listening to the neighborhood leaders would be appropriate. You never know until you know the details, whether that's going to be a good idea or a bad idea, helpful or not helpful, but we'd want to assess that. Maybe call the property owner's attorney. I assume since it was in court, he or she probably has an attorney. I'd maybe get on the horn with that attorney and talk to her and say, maybe I'd have a plan for an alternative idea to work this out, because it probably isn't going to go away, even though there's an unfavorable court ruling. That's probably not going to be the end of it. I'd also make sure to visit the site, review all the ordinances, study the background materials, letters, communications, what happened in court, review the law, the Constitution, and try and figure out what sort of options the city might have. So then I'd get to that point. What options do you have? And I'd lay out the options that are at least somewhat viable. Maybe I'd even put in there options that are not viable, just to let you know that they're not viable. But I'd lay them out for you, and I'd give you the weaknesses and the strengths with respect to each option. I'd go through those with you and talk with you about them. Then I'd listen again. I'd listen for the feedback on the options and what direction the city wants to take. From that information, if I'm asked, I might give a recommendation. You're probably going to want my legal advice. What's the best option, Steve? And I'd give it to you. You might not agree. You might want to go a different route. When we get to implementation, if it's not my route, I'm going to go your route and I'm going to do my best. Nobody's going to know that you're not going with my route. My feelings aren't going to be hurt. It's your decision. You're the bosses. You set the policy and direction for the city. I'll implement it to the best of my abilities. I'll tell you, I may reiterate that there are problems with it, but I'm going to proceed and do the best that I can, or somebody on my team will be working with me to do the best that we can to get an outcome that works for everybody. There might be ways to resolve it without going to court, hopefully.
There are 20 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Emily. In 2005, a building alteration was approved by the Building, Zoning, and Historic Preservation Divisions, and work was completed to renovate a 2-unit duplex near downtown. The work completed in 2005 included modifications, including the removal of separation of units, a kitchen, living areas, and adding bedrooms. These changes effectively made it into a 1-unit rental property. During a routine inspection, a housing inspector noticed that the rental license currently on file with the city is still a Class 3 rental license for 2 units, with each unit being licensed for up to 2. He alerted the housing administrator, who has brought it up to your attention. There are currently 5 renters living in the building. What actions, if any, do you recommend?
Well, first of all, a lot of what I said in the answer to my prior question would apply here: listening, evaluating options, and so forth. But how we get there is a little different with this one. It doesn't sound like this one's been to court yet, I guess I want to make sure. I want to be a little careful if this is a real life. Is this a real life scenario? May I ask?
No.
Great. Okay. Good, because I would not want to be,
to my knowledge,
be irresponsible. So of me to say some certain things. So with this scenario, we have a new violation. We don't have an old violation. We got a new violation. That's the first thing I noticed here. And also, you're asking me what actions do I recommend, which is a little different. Instead of asking me what advice I'd give. You're asking what actions would I recommend. So to get to making a recommendation on actions,
if any.
Well, the first thing I would say is don't run to court. We need to evaluate. We need to go through the process that I talked about earlier so that we understand what's going on here and decide what path will work. I'm not a proponent of running to court. I'm a proponent of trying to figure out a way, a path that the city can achieve what it needs to achieve, enforce its ordinances, make the neighborhoods good or the commercial areas properly maintained without going to court. Court is expensive. A lot of times nobody wins and you never know what's going to happen in court. It's the most unpredictable universe you can be in. You never know how a case is going to go. And we'll talk about that a little later. But so I'd be looking toward a way to get what the city wants in this instance without going to court. Court is a last resort. You don't want to spend your taxpayer money there, and the court is busy. They don't want to see you unless it's a last resort. So, but every situation has different players. That's something that needs to be assessed with these types of situations. Do you have a cooperative owner or an uncooperative owner? Do they have an attorney or no attorney? Different leverages might exist. Like in this instance, there's a historic district. Maybe there's some leverage there that is involved that they're going to need assistance in the future from the city and want to cooperate, and maybe reminding them of that. But on the flip side, it sounds from the facts here that there was a permit that's still in place, allowing them to rent to two sets of two, which gets them to 4, not 5. So they're still in violation. But we have an issue too, it sounds like, if I'm understanding this right. And we need to be cognizant of that and take heed of that and maybe take some action to correct that scenario and restart. I don't know. We'd have to evaluate that. Also take a look at the value. Is the property valuable or not valuable? If it's valuable, it might be worth it to the owner. They may have more motivation. If it's not, well, we got a little hurdle to overcome there in terms of equity and ability to comply. Are there CDBG funds that can help resolve some of the issues they have in other area of the property? Let's get creative. Maybe he needs that extra renter because he can't maintain the property without it. It needs a new furnace. He needs that extra renter. Maybe we have CDBG funds that can help. I don't know if they would apply here or not. Let's look into it. Let's get creative and try and figure out a way to overcome the obstacles and the difficulties. That's what we do every day. We try to look at these things and not just write a ticket. That's not the answer. So sit down and think about it and go through it. And then, of course, there's communication with the property owner. Is this complaint based or not? It sounds like it's not. That may factor in. So these are the actions I'd recommend. Exploring all these options. That's the actions I'd recommend. Ticket, last resort. Exploring options, getting creative to get a resolution that works for everybody. And you do have a rental property, you don't want it vacant, so you need them to survive. There's all sorts of interests that get taken into consideration here.
Thank you, sir. And I just as a reminder, we are on a time limit here, so I just want to make sure you guys get through all the questions. So just want folks to be cognizant of that. The City of East Lansing is attempting to obtain an easement over part of a private parcel of property to facilitate public purpose construction. Property owner refuses to grant the easement. What strategy would you recommend that the city council employ to obtain the easement?
Yep, this involves eminent domain or condemnation. Very serious in my book, very serious with any elected official. When you take the step of taking somebody's property or even thinking about it, you're taking it. Yeah, you're giving them value, but it's their property. You're taking an interest in it. I'd have to ask a lot of questions here and figure out what to do. Different procedures apply, depending on whether it's a pure city project. Is it funded with federal money or state money? Different requirements apply to the procedures and how you work with the property owner, but always being cognizant of the property owner's constitutional rights, respecting them. There are significant statutes in place under the eminent domain law, Condemnation Procedures Act, that we'd have to go through. I've been through that procedure many times. and work with other agencies regularly on that. The key is that you follow those procedures to the T. And if it gets to the point where you've made a good faith offer and you end up in court, you better be sure you've done it the right way. Otherwise, it's going to get kicked back and you're going to have problems. It sounds like you have a public purpose, so you're hopefully going to get through the first part of the procedure in court quickly and just be left arguing over how much it's worth. But in an easement case, they're usually not worth a lot of money. Depends on how wide the easement is, where it is, all sorts of factors come into play. So again, I'd start by listening, then reviewing the materials and coming up with a pathway to solution. Hopefully by working it out with the property owner, even though they don't want to sell. Let's find out why. Why don't they want to sell? What are their reasons? What can we do to address those reasons? Maybe they're concerned about a tree getting chopped down. If it's a sewer, maybe we can provide in the documents that that sewer will not have result in that tree having to be cut down. Maybe we need to ask, communicate. Those are the sorts of things that I recommend and follow through with.
Great. Thank you for that answer. Give us an example of a zoning case that you or your firm handled that resulted in a favorable decision for your client municipality, and an example of a zoning case that you or your firm handled that did not have a favorable result.
Yep, thank you, because this question enables me to point you to Appendix 3 in our proposal, which is if you didn't get from our proposal, we do litigation, heavy duty litigation here. Appendix 3 contains 27 example cases. 15 of them are land use zoning type cases. You can see in there a lot of examples of what we do. So this is something we live and breathe. Now, I do a lot of general counsel work. Our firm has attorneys who do primarily litigation. Carlito does a little bit of a mix, but he probably does mostly litigation involving police and other types of liability, tort liability case, and Debony as well. And many attorneys here do that. In fact, the attorneys in our Lansing office primarily do that kind of work, and that's why you don't see them here. For the most part, they almost entirely do litigation. So, but I do mostly general counsel work with litigation in the mix when necessary, when it's not covered by insurance. So a case that I handled that went well, that was a success, is a case that, I mean, there are a number of them, but one of the most interesting ones is a case involving zoning. This is a multi-headed hydra case where we have a ZBA decision that was challenged, a planning commission decision that was challenged, a non-conforming use validation decision made by an administrative official that was challenged. They were all appealed separately at separate times in the case. There was two homeowners associations fighting against each other, and they both took turns attacking various aspects of the decisions made by the township in the case. It involved lake property with wetlands. And so there were also environmental issues in the mix and challenges to the township's ordinances up and down the ordinance. Probably one of the most convoluted cases I've handled. And we had two homeowners associations battling each other. So we had two significant groups of residents.
About 10 minutes
We're in the
remaining.
middle. And so there was a constant effort to settle the case, but they were so at odds that we were caught in the middle. We came out of the case with everything dismissed involving us, and we were always concerned about money damage. No money damages. We're out of the case. They're still fighting it out in court. But I managed to extricate the township from that case after it was quite a while to get through it all, but we defended every single decision. On the flip side, there was another case that I handled. It was in federal court that involved historical property and construction of it in historic district. There was no historic district, but it was a historic property. And unfortunately, there were some difficult facts in the case from things that were said during the hearings that were used against the community, and it made it very difficult to defend. But we felt very confident that we had a way out and a way to win and legal arguments to make. And we did win in the district court. We won. And it went up on appeal. And the court reversed the win. It was a decision that we lost on appeal, but the case wasn't over. It came back to trial court because we won on a motion, not at a trial. And so the case was resuming. The community ended up settling the case. But I felt like we could have still won it. But that appellate court decision was a setback. It didn't end the case, but it was a setback. And I wish, I always wonder what would have happened in that case if we had gone all the way.
Sure. So by city charter, all contracts need to be approved by the city attorney. This is a frequent requirement. Please tell me who will be involved in that review and how it will be billed.
Yeah, well, with contracts, they come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. So my answer is it depends. A famous, of course, attorney answer, it depends. And it does depend on what sort of contract it is. I review a lot of contracts. I do a lot of contract work, a lot of development contracts and PUD agreements and so forth, and property acquisitions and sales. I do all sorts of contracts. You name it, I probably had some sort of involvement in a contract review, but I can't do it all. We do have many attorneys here who work on that. You see Beth Sorella listed in our proposal. She works on contracts with me. She is invaluable when it comes to development contracts, easements, documents of that nature. She also works with contracts for vendors and of any shape and size you can think of. And I have many other attorneys here that would also be able to work in with it. The billing is, I understand contract reviews would come under the, it would be hourly, but it would be subject to the cap, whatever we work out if you choose to hire our firm.
Thank you. How accessible will our primary contact, you, the city attorney, be to council and staff for regular or urgent calls? Would you be available for on-site meetings? And how will you handle travel time?
I'll handle travel a lot better than I handled getting onto this meeting. But yeah, our travel time is not, we don't bill for mileage. That is not anything we bill for. I know your proposal allowed for it, but we don't do it. That's worked into our hourly rate. As I said, I've been trying to come over to the Lansing office at least a day or two a week. And my ability to communicate is better than it appeared at the beginning of this meeting. I do Zooms all the time. I am available day, night, weekends. I do text, I do phone, I do in person. Whenever you need me, I'm there. If I'm in a meeting, I text you back and say I'm in a meeting. I'll get back to you when I'm done. I don't just leave you hanging as much as I can. Obviously, we all miss texts here and there, and we all miss phone calls. Nobody's perfect, but I do my best to be ready to go whenever you need me, whether it's in person or on the phone. And if you need me there, and I don't happen to be in the Lansing office when I'm needed there, and it's an emergency meeting, obviously if I'm on vacation, it gets tricky, or in a meeting, it gets tricky. But the minute I get an opportunity to hop in the car and get there, I'll get there. It's not, it's not a super long drive in my book.
Sure.
So I don't see that as an impediment whatsoever. And my access to my clients is anytime, anywhere, and I'll be in touch.
Great. So Emily, what's our time look like? I know that we're button on the end here. Emily?
Yep, we're at 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay, so I'm going to ask anybody that has a fairly pertinent question that wasn't asked or wasn't answered during the discussion to just kind of raise their hand. Normally I'd go around, but I want to make sure we get the opportunity. So anybody want to volunteer for that? Guys, I'm looking.
It's getting late.
Most of my questions were actually answered during the interview. So I are mostly specific to the firm. So I'll go to Mayor Pro Tem because she's right on my left, right here. Go ahead.
Oh, well, my standard question that I've been asking tonight is about our current emergency situation with the coronavirus and whether or not you have experience with emergency planning and the legal aspects of that, navigating the personal liberties with, restricted access and that, and the different agencies that have to coordinate that.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, our office maybe isn't hopping as much as it was when this all started, but it was relentless. We were dealing with that hand in hand with the communities we represent, working through all the issues. Yes, a lot of experience working with all those issues. One of the biggest issues that everybody was struggling with was enforcement of the governor's orders. And who does that fall on? We worked with our communities. I think a lot of communities made the decision that best fit for their communities. We respected that, of course, and advised them what they could and couldn't do. Like I said earlier, laying out the options. What can you do might be different than what you are able to do or what you want to do for policy reasons or otherwise. Our city councils are the policy makers. Our city managers and police chiefs, they run their departments. We don't set the policy. We advise and help you make the best decision for your community on these issues, just like we do every other issue. I've personally worked with communities to set up their emergency orders that are issued by their mayors, initially by their city managers. Every community not every community, but a number of communities did it in little different ways. But I think we all got there, those that did it by hook or by crook. And it really comes down to following the statute when you're doing things in your own city.
Great. Does anybody have one more question that might be able to be answered quickly that they'd like to put out there? Look at Ron, Dana, Lisa. Seeing no's. Lisa, did you have anything? Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add in the probably 30 seconds you got left?
No, other than thank you very much. Carlito, Devaney, you have anything to add?
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity. I know it's been a long night and you're hearing a lot of people speak, so thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you for being here, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Great. So I'll wait until folks are off the call and move on to our next agenda item. So our next item on the agenda is communications from the audience. So since this is somewhat in the middle of the meeting, Emily is going to be letting folks in to talk. Again, there's a rule right now of a 5-minute time limit. We had established that because of concerns with Zoom, phone calls, and trying to limit public comments so we could get business done. And so what I'm going to do really quickly is I'm going to read the call-in number that I've been doing at the past few meetings. And then I'm going to ask this council secretary to let folks from the public in to talk to us before we start a selection process and conversation. So the call-in number is 312-626-6799. Again, the call-in number is 312-626-6799. And you would need the meeting ID as well to enter that in. The meeting ID is 882-4013-0266. Again, that meeting ID is 882-4013-0266. Great. Emily, would you mind letting in any callers that we have on?
Yep. Our first caller is with the phone number ending in 274. You are now permitted to address council.
You may have to unmute yourself by hitting *6 on your phone if you are calling in. If you don't want to address council, you can feel free to just hit or just say pass.
Again, that's caller with the phone number ending in 274. You are now permitted to address council.
Just one more time, phone number ending in or ending in the number 274 as your last 3 digits. You're on the call with us. If you'd like to unmute, you can address council. You can press *6 to unmute your phone. Okay. Emily, would you mind letting in on the next individual? If I get an email or a text or something that somebody wasn't able to speak and they wanted to, I'll 100% let them come back in.
Okay, the next one will be caller with the phone number ending in 963. You are now permitted to address council. Caller with the phone number ending in 963, you may need to unmute by pressing *6.
Hello, this is Alice Trigger. I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for switching around the agenda so that you could have public comments between hearing from the candidates and the decisions. But the main reason I was calling was to suggest to you all that when you go into the point of deciding who you're likely to hire, and you start dealing with contract negotiations, that you have counsel on your side to do your contract negotiation. This is a very important contract for the city, and on the other side is obviously going to be people impressive enough that you're hiring them. So I think it's really important that you have counsel helping you. And as I thought today about who that might be, the person who came to mind is Jim Bradley at Seacrest Wardle. He had applied last year and was one of the finalists for the position. I had not asked him whether or not he'd be interested in that. It was just when I was brainstorming today, he came to mind. There certainly would be plenty of other attorneys in the area who would provide services to you to help negotiate that contract. But I think it's going to be really important for City Council to have someone representing us going into those contract negotiations to make sure you're getting the best deal and making sure you're protecting us. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Actually, City Manager Alhanas, can you address that specifically? I know we had a conversation about it a little while ago.
Yes, we already have discussed it with our Labor Council, Keller Toma, and we would be asking them for the review. Obviously, they have vast experience in contracts, and they're available to do that for the council.
Yeah, excellent choice. Thank you.
Great. Emily, anybody else that's calling in?
Yep, we have Jody Goodman. Jody, you are now permitted to address council.
You may as well need to unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, I'm just the captioner, so I don't need to speak.
Wonderful. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay, then we have Crystal Davis. You are now permitted to address council.
Crystal, you might have to unmute your mic as well.
Hi, I apologize. I'm just leaving another meeting. And I just wanted to say that I was watching, and anyhow, thank you all.
Thank you for that. Thanks for watching. Emily, anybody else that's in the audience here?
I believe we have a participant by the name of Ron King, but I believe he was one of the presenters. Yep. So if we would like to go back to caller with a phone number ending in 274.
Yeah, let's give one more opportunity, definitely. Thanks for that.
Okay, caller with the phone number ending in 274. You may now address council.
Emily, I actually don't see them in the room. Oh, there we go. Phone number ending in 274, starting with 517. If you're there and you unmute your phone, we'd be able to hear you and receive any feedback you have. If you don't want to speak, that's okay. You can just say pass. Okay. Thanks, Emily. Were those
Yep,
of the?
we have one more person as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Joined. All right, so caller with the phone number ending in 753, you may now address council.
Phone number ending in 753, if you could hit *6, you can unmute yourself. One more time, phone number ending in 753. If you want to hit *6, you can unmute yourself. I'm fairly positive this is Ed Rushton. So Ed, if you want to.
Oh,
unmute. Yep.
Hello. Hi, this is Edmund Rushton calling. I'm calling today because it was announced a few hours earlier that all charges would be dismissed against Officer Andrew Stevenson. I think a lot of us knew that this is where it was going to be headed, even though most of us involved in the process felt very strongly that Officer Andrew Stevenson had committed crimes wearing the badge of an East Lansing police officer, and whether or not we will still be demanding action to be taken against Officer Stevenson remains to be seen. However, I would rather currently point the council's direction in an article that came out about a week ago from The Guardian, that is a former FBI agent detailing an investigation into police departments around the country that have links with white supremacist militias. And they found over a dozen different states that are rife with this kind of police culture. And the state of Michigan was named on that list. Now, obviously, we have no confirmed links of the East Lansing police to any white supremacist militias at this time. If we did, I think we would be in quite a state of uproar. However, I think going forward, now that we've seen how this process works, start to finish, of a young black male being assaulted by a police officer, and then the police officer suffering no repercussions for it by hiding behind their own badge. And so I would like to inquire into all five of you today to ask how strongly you feel that there is no presence of white links from white militias to police departments. And I was wondering if you would support the study committee looking into any kind of links between white militias and the East Lansing Police Department.
Were those all your questions that you had for the council?
Yep.
Okay, great. So I'll address a couple of them, and I'll open it up for the rest of the council. So I'm open to that study committee looking at anything they want. I'm very much, I had a conversation with a reporter a little while ago that was kind of pressing me on, what the outcome that I wanted to see out of that committee was. And I kind of continuously pushed back and said, there isn't an outcome that I want to see. What I want to see is a bunch of experts getting together around an issue that is really, really important in this community and give us the fair assessment of what we should be doing better. And so I am very happy to have that study group look into whatever they believe is necessary to address institutional issues in terms of public safety. I will say that I think this council is committed, and whether that's through allocating $150,000 to anti-racist training, which will amount to probably over 1,000 hours of training for city staff, a number of different initiatives, such as revamping our disorderly conduct ordinance, the one that you actually mentioned before, but something that we need to continue to address. Things like that, where we talk about our plea bargaining policies and different policies in the city that really, I believe, might be outdated, and we need to reevaluate with a new perspective. We need to do a lot as this council. I'm not going to speak to the release specifically because honestly, I got it last night and I didn't have the time to review it as thoroughly as I wanted to. But what I will say is all of that commitment doesn't stop. I am fully supportive of this study committee moving forward, but I'm also fully supportive of the initiatives of the city manager to allocate funds from the police department away from having officers, but actually to have social workers in the neighborhood, associates that are going to be unarmed and dealing with situations in our community. Just now, you talk about situations in East Lansing where folks aren't wearing masks in our downtown, and really the conversation about enforcement versus the reality, which is that people need to be safe, but we don't want to get into a situation where police are getting into altercations with folks because they're not wearing a mask, right? And you talk about what those neighborhood officers could be doing in terms of preventative measures. And heck, I've been out there myself handing out masks, and I think it works to a certain degree when you have a little bit of authority there. And that doesn't necessarily have to be somebody that's armed. So I think there's a lot of things that we can do, but I think that truly within this movement, within the movement to defund the police, within the movement to reallocate funds towards community programming, that doesn't stop in East Lansing. I think this council's committed to that. I want this council to be looking and reevaluating everything we do in the city in terms of an equity lens. And the truth is that I think we have a council that's willing to do that. I think we're committed to it. I think our staff knows that we're committed to it. And I'm looking forward to that conversation moving forward. So that's, I'll leave that up. Sorry, I went on a little bit of a rant there. It's just an issue that I'm very passionate about. And truly it's something that I think is going to be one of the hardest parts of the rest of our terms, but it will most likely be the most important part, notwithstanding the global pandemic we are facing right now. Other council members wanted to react to the questions or answer anything? Mayor Pro Tem.
I want to agree with absolutely everything that you just said, but I do want to, in light of this specific conversation that we've been having this evening, I think part of the cultural realignment of the city of East Lansing is going to be to make sure that we have legal representation that will help us towards that goal. And so part of our deliberation tonight in terms of hiring a new city attorney has got to be a consideration of the human costs of our laws and what the enforcement of those, how that impacts the people in our community. So I think I also have not had a chance to sufficiently review the report that came out yesterday because I was reading attorney RFPs all day, and I want to give that the attention that it's due. But I think that the conversation we're having right now is a critical link in that cultural realignment. So I'm hoping that one of the people that we hire tonight will be a great team member to have as we navigate that.
Any other members of the council, the city manager, or anybody else?
Simply say agreed. Thank you.
Councilmember Watson, sorry.
I wanted to read a statement that I prepared.
Absolutely.
After the report came out. Racism's been built into our society. Black and brown people have repeated experiences of discrimination. There are volumes of data, research, and reporting along with our lived experiences. My hope is for peace for the community, and I demand justice. And so let's approach our work differently to end racism. Let's review our own practices, programs, and policies and fight, as Mayor Stevens was saying, and as people echoed, with an equity lens. Because yes, we can act within laws nowadays, policies and practices, but justice can still be lost. Racial justice can still be lost. An unjust system and disenfranchises. In my fight, in my faith to see and live in an anti-racist city, remain strong, high regard as I do my work as a city council person, as I live my life as a Black person, and as I raise my children.
Thank you, Councilmember Watson. Any other council members have any response or answers? Great. Ed, I hope that I didn't sound attackive in that. The honest truth is that we need to do this not just because of a reaction to a situation, but because it's just the right thing to do. I think when we reevaluate policies, when we're going through a difficult but important process to have some cultural realignment within our city, when we take heed of our mistakes in the past and try to rectify them for the future, whether that's through our policy or honestly, things that this council can't even control. I think it's just important. And so I'm with you, I support you. And I understand the struggle that many are going through in the community right now, and we're going to continue to work to represent that. So thanks for calling in.
Yeah, of course, I understand that. I just, it's kind of a routine of mine. I think, if something comes out about policing that has to do with anything in Michigan, I know we've all spoken about how we want East Lansing to kind of blaze a new trail that perhaps more around the state can follow. So if that's the role that we want to, if that's the responsibility we want to take up for ourselves, when something comes in that has to do with police cultures around the state, I just think it's important that we pay attention to that. So I really appreciate all your comments, and I look forward to seeing what the study committee can uncover. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else? Emily?
Yep. We have one more caller that just joined. Caller with the phone number ending in 796. You are now permitted to address council.
Hi, council members. This is Crystal Davis. I apologize. Y'all caught me in another meeting, so I wasn't able to give my comment. So I hope you will allow it. But my comment is in line with as the previous caller questioning, and something that both all the council members just kind of spoke on about the cost realignment or adjustment of the cost cultural alignment. And I didn't hear, and I apologize, of when the work will actually start to be done with the study committee and the policing oversight committee. And will it be done in time so that when the new police contract is up, that you guys are able to negotiate and make these modifications? I understand that there was a plan put in place and that there's 2 positions listed to hire social workers, but that's great and all. We are really looking at, checking our own bias and the system's bias and people's competencies and aptitude and capacity for racial equity work to be impartial. And the work that we did reviewing the disorderly conduct ordinance is a part of that, and how we're reforming policing in our practices. Councilman Gregg said it best. It's like the cost of a human lives. Like, I don't agree with the charges being dismissed or the investigation, or however, it's still unclear to me what was being done with the regards to Officer Andrew Stevenson, but he is dangerous to this community, and others like him are dangerous. And I think as we continue our work with the HRC and move forward with intention with the study committee and this oversight task force, that we can rid the system of these bad actors. And whether or not the current laws supported his action, he still did something wrong. He still committed a crime. And it's just unfortunate that this system does not view his acts egregious, because even under the ordinance that we looked at, he physically assaulted someone. And did not interfere with him and his ability to do his job. He was doing his job. He decided that Black man was a problem and took care of him. That's quite frankly to put it. And so I hope that this council moves with intentionality. I hope that it moves with transparency, as you guys have done, but being more clear about what the study committee will be doing and when that oversight committee will be formed, and that the work that they do will be in time to create systems of change throughout this local government, and more specifically within our policing department, so that we create that lasting change that is necessary in this community, so that racial equity won't be left out. And yesterday we had the privilege of speaking with Dr. Green, who was one of the first members of the Human Relations Committee and Commission, and he talked about why it was formed, and it started for the fact of the redlining. And a lot of that history still exists in this community, and it feels like that's what we're protecting, that you know, the tradition of how things have always been, and how minorities, and more specifically Black people, have been characterized as, you know, demons and criminals, and that's just, or, you know, or bad people, and that's just not the case. And so I ask that you guys move with intentionality and in alignment with making sure that when that police contract come up, that you guys have non-negotiables and actual reform, so that we are not having this conversation 57 years from now. So that's my comment.
Thank you for that comment. And I'll just one question that I did hear, and that was directed towards us. The reason why we had to put that committee on hold very briefly was because Councilmember Bacon was going to be appointed to that committee, and we needed to fill that vacancy. That vacancy will be filled at our next meeting, which is next week on Tuesday. And at that point, after that, they will begin scheduling regular meetings. So very, very quickly. And it was our goal to make sure that that happened as soon as possible once we got these council appointments through. So absolutely, moving with intentionality is important. Thank you for calling.
And really quickly, I just want to say, I got to go on. Oh, am I still there?
Yep.
Okay, really quickly, I don't know where Officer Stevenson case goes from here, but he's still employed, and you guys are responsible. And so I don't know what handling he has over any reports or, you know, client information, but I feel like he shouldn't be trusted
10
with
seconds
anything.
remaining.
So I just want to know, to make sure that you guys are providing oversight to him and making sure that you're protecting citizens from him.
Thank you for that. Any other council members want to respond, or anything before we get into our further discussion? All right, seeing none, we will move into our next discussion, which is selection of a city attorney. We just had interviews. We went through a fairly long process. Do folks need a break before we get into this discussion, or are we good to keep going?
I would like 5 minutes now that you mention it.
Okay, are folks okay with that? 5 minutes? All right, it is 9:56 right now. I will say, let's get back at 10:03, all right? I'll give a couple extra minutes. All right, thank you. Is everybody back? Great. Okay, folks. So this doesn't have a super big structure. If folks want me to go first on some of my pros and cons, and I think I have a pretty clear idea of honestly where my head is at on this. And this is honestly a lot to do with the interviews. I actually think most of these folks, I mean, there are some different offerings in many of these firms, and I think there's some differences that I think you can highlight. But I think that any of these folks would be great in this position. And there were a couple of things that stood out to me that I think led me to where I am. But I do want to get other council members' opinions. So if somebody wants to go first, that's fine. I don't want to hog the spotlight on there.
I want you to go first.
Great. So talk a little bit about individual interviews, and I'll just mention a couple of things that I really liked out of some interviews, and then I'm going to try and concise it down to just some things that I did like, and then talk about some of the questions that we asked, what I was looking for those questions, and what were some answers that we got that I thought was good. So I will make a mention. Let's pull up my notes. So I think that the history that Brookover offer gave us was pretty substantial. I would say that knowledge of city policy, in question 3, when we're talking about when you're talking about city-owned property, I think he was the only one to mention the comprehensive plan, which I appreciated a great deal. Talked about specific instances where, and by the way, multiple firms mentioned this, but he just mentioned a specific example. So, what land use is actually allowed was something that was mentioned in several different folks. And again, looking at current zoning and what the requirements on specifically, but he also mentioned very specifically like individual requirements. And he gave an example in the White Hills neighborhood, which I thought was good. He also mentioned the city itself, that TIF policy. Again, knowledge and background of city function was good, and it was evident, I think, in his interview. I think that everybody answered when you talk about question 5 in terms of what something was discovered. I think everybody answered fairly along the lines that I was looking for, which is both knowledge and experience with these kind of rental license regulations, but also a sense of what the heck happened, right? And I think it was actually I want to say it was, and I'm pulling up, sorry, my notes. It was, I think it was Clark Hill that mentioned very specifically, and I don't think they used the word mistake, but they basically said if specific conditions can be applied because something got missed, right? Something fell through the cracks, which was a point that I very much appreciated. Clark Hill actually also mentioned very specifically, and I wrote this down as clear as I could, and I bolded it in my notes. On question 4, they said, I think the exact words were, look at the human angle of this. They said, is there a hoarding? And this is question 4. This is on like materials, unkempt property. They said, is there a hoarding issue? Could they be, directed towards different resources throughout the community? Are there folks that could step in to help? And I thought that was great. I mean, obviously, this question kind of goes along with, of course, knowledge of zoning and property maintenance code, which everybody mentioned fairly thoroughly. And folks did, mention Foster Swift and Rosati as well, mentioning working with the owner rather than, trying to come to some kind of solution. Of course, understanding what the legal dispute was before, but coming to some kind of solution. But Clark Hill specifically, mentioned, do we need to, is there a real reason why this person, can't comply with this? Is there a financial reason? Can they be allocated to resources? I thought that was really cool. So many of the firms had programs that were on specifically diversity, equity, and inclusion. I will say that I was most impressed with Foster Swift's answer to this question, just in terms of both, because they mentioned both, things that they're doing to further educate their attorneys, but they also mentioned kind of cultural practices that were really, really good to hear. And one thing that I'll mention very specifically is just a story that has honestly been told about our current governor. But it was a story that I wanted to say Anne mentioned, where she had said, I'm stepping down for hours to focus on my family, right? Concerned. And just, I think the difference in approach that organizations take to that kind of action. I won't out who this person is, but somebody that I respect a great deal in the political realm in the state of Michigan oftentimes talks about the fact that when they worked under then Senator Whitmer, they were hired on when they were pregnant. And it was a very difficult conversation because they were worried that they would be viewed as if somebody was a month in and they had to go on leave, that they wouldn't be hired. And they had said the reason why I'm so passionate about supporting, our current governor is because, she basically looked at me and told me, that's crazy. Expertise, who you are as a person, what you bring to the table is important. So, I just saw some similarities there, which were great. And I think it speaks to a culture issue. I just say, for Foster Swift specifically, and this goes into a little bit of actually Councilmember Babcock's question in terms of prosecution. I think having somebody that, has been on both sides of that, who also has been in defense and quite frankly has a heck of a lot of accommodations in terms of equity and diversity was really refreshing to hear. I thought that was a really cool conversation. I'm skipping, I'm just basically going back and forth through different areas. But what I really came down to was, I think I am leaning towards Foster Swift as my selection, both in considerations with costs, in considerations with the responses, the RFP, the experience, the bench. One area of concern that I had was a mention specifically of the standard is returning calls in 4 hours. I don't think that that's necessarily something that we're going to have to deal with based on the follow-up question that we had on that. But, of course, responsiveness is probably one of my biggest priorities there. But I would just say, I think that if we're looking for expertise in a number of different areas, I think that their explanation, their bench, the folks that were even on the call explaining, their different areas of expertise were really, really great. And so that's kind of where I ended up. I will say that any of these folks would be really great. I think that a lot of them have different strengths and weaknesses, but I think that's where I ended up. And that wasn't a really great explanation, but this isn't super structured. So as many people in the community know, I'm not really one to put a bow on it and throw it out there. I'm more just to have conversation out here in public. So I can go into more reasoning if folks want to on different questions, but I'm happy to hear other people and stop talking. Councilmember Bacon.
Yeah, this was really good. Actually, the diversity of the panel kind of bounced off of each other and made almost highlighted or kind of lowlighted things in other people's presentations. Brookover just his amazing knowledge of East Lansing in general, his accessibility, even presenting a lot of flexibility was really great.
Yeah.
And just as far as you always have to consider someone who's hitting the ground running, and he'd be that person who can do that. And just a great presentation about East Lansing. It was almost a history lesson. He has the chops. He has it all down around East Lansing. It was very impressive, and it was wonderful to get to know him better. I was impressed. Clark Hill, something they said, big firm, small office, kind of making sure. My big concern with them was kind of scalability to our to work with us and how they would scale down to it. And they were talking about their multiculturalism and mentoring and things like that. My big question for them was engagement. How will they show up for us? How will they engage us? How they answered that. Some of the partners kind of being spread around. The Grand Rapids thing kind of stuck out to me in my mind, because that was one of our hangups and some of the other things with people, where people are coming from and how responsive they can be. That's really my only hang up. And then who would be our primaries, with Charles and Nancy that seems like a good combination of good primaries if they were primary for us. So I like their presentation as well. And I'm kind of skipping over the technicals because I thought everybody hit a home run on the technicals.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. And then Foster Swift, my only real, I came in and liked their presentation just from on paper, probably the most, but was concerned with that cost structure, not understanding if there'd be a way to capitate that, looking at the hourly rates, and that was just kind of stuck in my craw around that. And with them kind of highlighting that, explaining things around travel time and things like that. That was probably my big hitch with them. And then what impressed me in the diversity inclusion thing which was different from everyone else, is how they actually drill down to go find diverse people.
Yeah.
And they talked about which bars and where they actually went. It's a little bit different animal than even, doing the courses and doing that kind of stuff. They're actually just looking around and trying to find the next best, most talented person in a diverse, and be it female, be it ethnic minorities, be it racial, whatever, they're looking.
Yep.
And that actually really impressed me. And on top of that, I was really impressed with the people who would be our primaries. So that was good. And then with Rossetti, I thought they really human. They really showed up as people. And I can tell their depth of almost for our interview process, their depth of what they do in municipalities was almost too deep. It was running them, it kind of disadvantaged them in getting to answer the questions in that framework, but they have a real depth of knowledge in municipalities. It's obvious. I maybe had a little concern about the distance as it comes around, and as we were really drilling down on other people on responsiveness, and we didn't get to drill down quite as hard on them due to the time. And then their pricing structure to me is a little interesting long term. So that was probably my glitch with them, and time worked against them a little bit. I didn't get as much time to ask our round robin questions. But from that, based on all them being comparable in kind of blocking and tackling, it's Foster Swift for me.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Customer Babcock.
Thank you. I get these things out of my ears. I was really, really impressed with Ms. Mullet from Clark Hill.
Yeah.
I think
Oh yeah.
if we could pick and choose, I was very taken with Mr. Easterly from Foster. If we could team him with Ms. Mullet and Brookover and Joppich, I think, hey, could they just, for our sake, form a firm and go at it?
Oh dear.
I wrote that down too.
I think Brookover really, really stood out when he pointed out to us something that I had not considered, and that I know we have not heard from current council. We need to get looking at those ordinances. He clearly showed the best knowledge of East Lansing, not just the city and the culture, but the fact that our ordinances probably have an expiration date and we need to get acting now. That's going to be really critical. I also think that because of his local knowledge and his institutional memory, is probably the best person to be sure that the files that get transferred to us cover what we're going to need going forward. Because I don't want us to find ourselves in a situation where we know we did something at some point in the past, but we can't find the legal files for it. And I think Brookover is the man for that job. Again, I could be happy with any of them. But my first choice would be Brookover, and my second choice would be Clark Hill. So,
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so instead of starting with each individual firm, I just kind of want to talk about what I expect from our legal counsel. And so this is a little bit surprising to me that I'm finding myself to favor the larger firms above the smaller firms. And partially that's just because of the breadth of types of things that need to be under this umbrella of our city attorney. So I think East Lansing right now is going through just a major period of growth. And I think having a firm that has a really broad breadth of experience in a variety of different communities could have the result of bringing creative solutions to East Lansing, where we have kind of had a tendency to churn along as business as usual. And I think that that has kind of created some pathways that are, worn in. And I think that getting somebody that's got some long history of working with other municipalities outside of East Lansing is a chance to bring in some really fresh perspectives on possibly creative ideas. And I think I already talked a little bit in my comments to Mr. Rushton about the human toll of law. And I think I'm the daughter of a federal defender. So I've seen a lot of people who have been negatively impacted by their interactions with law enforcement. And I think that's unfortunately very common, because when you come into contact with law enforcement, it's usually because there's some sort of problem, right? So I was really impressed with Mrs. Mullet from Clark Hill and the way that she really just head on, talked about the humanity involved in these different scenarios. And so I think, although it sounds like a strange thing to want in a law firm, I really was much more swayed by Clark Hill and Rosati, just because in their discussion of the options available under these different scenarios, the human aspects of it really came forward, and the idea that on both sides of these problems, there's, a person. And so, and I think of those two, really, I think I just really was terribly impressed with Ms. Mullet from Clark Hill. And in fact, I would request that she be appointed as our go-to if we ended up with that firm. And so really, and actually I feel strongly enough about it that I'm going to just say that that's really my only choice at this moment. Although, I agree with everyone who has said that every firm that we interviewed tonight has things to offer. But that would be my number one, so.
Okay. Councilmember Watson.
So I appreciated the history that Brookover offered, and I appreciate so much that he's here, and he's been a part of school boards and planning commission. And then with Clark Hill, I was definitely impressed with what they had to say around things like they talked about their Thrive group and their Pride group and Women in Law, and they just touched on a number of different things that helps me understand like what they care about and what they value. Nancy had also talked about that 21-day challenge, and when you personally just take action and try to be better, especially when you're serving people. I think that that's really important. I also, like you all said, she talked about, and Clark Hill talked about that human side when you're approaching things, and that's something that's important to me too, that we think about that. And then going on to Foster and Swift, I appreciated the trainings that they offered for their staff. I appreciated that they came from both aspects of the law, like someone spoke about, like working with court-appointed people and also other aspects. And Foster and Swift was one of my top picks before because of the publications and the speaking engagements. And I really liked that I could understand what they were saying, how they broke it down, and like it made sense. And I trusted that they're a big firm. They have all these people and all this knowledge, but the guy said, you know, they're not going to overcharge us or anything like that. And that's important to me. So my top two are Clark Hill and Foster and Swift. And if I had to pick one, I would pick Foster and Swift.
Okay, folks. So at this point, I have Jesse, who had said Clark Hill, Lisa, who had said Brookover and Clark Hill, Ron said Foster Swift, Dana, who had said Foster Swift, and then Clark Hill in that order, and myself that said Foster Swift. While there is a majority, I think, that is under that opinion, I don't really want to just go based on that. I'm okay with just kind of having an open conversation about it. So that's just what I wrote down so far. So I'm happy to have further conversations. Councilmember Babcock.
Can you come back to me in a minute? I'm thinking.
Yeah, sorry, I thought you raised your hand. That's my bad. Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Bacon.
Yeah, I think definitely on the, I still want more clarification on the capitation, and then along with that question on like-sized municipalities and what type of activities they were doing in those like-sized municipalities, and some worst-case scenarios along those things as well, and how they were reaching there, what the spread was in there. I still have a little hitch around the numbers, but that's if we're saying Foster Swift as a majority. That was my big hitch with them. They answered it in 2-3 different places, but I need to see that.
The details, of course.
I need to see it penciled out, and I think that's a real fun area around when we're talking about what was brought up by the caller around labor. And obviously we're going to have council just really firming that up, because the cap makes me more comfortable, but still getting a feel for what like-sized municipalities and what type of are these college towns or these dense urban areas that are like-sized. I need a little bit more information around that. So just
So actually, really quickly before I go to anybody else, George, would you mind going into a little bit about like what the next steps would be? Because obviously we're not talking about a contract with a specific firm, and I would agree with Councilmember Bacon. A lot of my concerns, and not just with Foster Swift, with others, was costs, allocating that, making sure that we're not, we're being responsible with taxpayer money. So could you go into what that process looks like?
Yeah, so at this point, what I would propose, and I've discussed this with our labor firm, was to request when you guys select a firm, is to bring that have them propose the contract, have our labor attorneys review the contract, and provide that back to council as soon as possible for approval. If council wants us to have additional discussion or clarification on the fees charged or something like that has to be clarified, we can certainly do that for council. It's just up to you what you want us to do. But we would propose taking the contract that the firm proposes to us, bring it to our labor attorney, have them review it, and then bring it back to council at that point.
Yeah, and I would agree, Councilmember Bacon. I mean, they offered it, and at some point during the conversation, they gave a number that said, your fees should not be over $500,000. I would say that many of the offers were, I believe, 504 and 516, and then Rosati had said that they, of course, were willing to work with some kind of system to establish a cap, but they didn't have a clear estimation based on, they didn't know, what the workload was. So, if that's their commitment, and that's if that's a an ask that we can make to put a number in there, I mean, I think that that's more than fine to ask for. But Councilmember Babcock, did you have your hand raised up? And then, okay, sorry, I just keep screwing up. Mayor Pro Tem Greg.
I just wanted to, since we're talking about costs, I want to put in one more plug for my favorites, Clark Hill, who are the people who had a monthly cap on their fees as well as a yearly cap. So it was 504 if you multiply their monthly cap out over 12 years or 12 years, 12 months, but any month that did not bill up to that cap would be less. So it would functionally be keeping it below that 504 threshold, which is one more thing that I liked about them.
That was a strength for them, I thought, in our initial pass for me and you. I think that was
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. That was refreshing to hear, and maybe that's even a conversation that can happen in some kind of negotiation. Comments, other things that folks wanted to bring up? Go ahead.
I will say again, Brookover remains my first choice because of institutional memory, but Charlie Lawler has it. And I think I mentioned once before that when he was in night law school with me, he had 2 teenage kids and was running a grocery store. So that man works hard. And if I can't get my first choice, I would like Clark Hill. But I was truly, truly impressed with Mr. Easterly. So again, we can't end up with a bad option, but I do think Clark Hill overall presents the better option for the city. So, and he talked about continuity with our current prosecutor, whose name escapes me. I apologize.
Housefield.
Aaron Housefield.
Aaron
I apologize for that. Who I've heard good things about from people in the legal community.
Yeah,
I don't know him personally. Thank you.
That was a weakness for me in their original application, was the lack of address towards the prosecution aspect, and I think that they totally solved that for me tonight. So
yeah, and just as a point of clarification, so we do have 3 members of the council that also mentioned Clark Hill in their top. I didn't want to misrepresent and say that Foster Swift was an obvious choice by any means. It just also was the only choice for 2 council members and the top choice for 1 other. So it just narrowly, by pure pure conversation, I think I mentioned that as the at this point the top choice. But again, Clark Hill, was mentioned by Mayor Pro Tem, obviously, Councilmember Babcock, and Councilmember Watson. So, and I will say, I think that they did a great presentation. I think that we had a lot of things that I wanted to see addressed. Of course, like, it's kind of a balance, right? Because I think that a deep bench right now is more than important. I think that hearing a conversation where folks are, when you have the conversation around contracts and they say it depends on the contract, and then they explain the list of different people that have different levels of expertise in many different areas. I was like, wow, that's really great, and I think Clark Hill and Foster Swift both did that fairly effectively. I think Rosati mentioned it as well, but it was cool to hear, just because if there's areas of expertise and this, if individuals at their firm are working on that for multiple municipalities, there's that institutional knowledge. There's that, there's a lot of confidence in that. So, and that's true of both. Honestly, things that put me over the edge really were, of course, some of the cultural things that we talked about in terms of equity. I think, like, really putting their money where their mouth is in terms of hiring practices, internship programs, that kind of thing that they mentioned. I love the answer to the prosecution question. I think that mentioning very specifically, like, what standard deals might be, and understanding that standard deals might not always need to be applied, right? And I think that's something that our current prosecution understands as well, but just the specific mention of it was really great to hear. And then, going forward, I just, I think that, one thing that, they talked about in zoning in terms of, like, being there every single step of the way, right? And they had talked about a case that they did not, I think they either didn't succeed in, or it was still under decision, but they had gotten, like, a bad outcome at some point. And they just said, it'd be better if we were there. right every step of the way. So that way we can address issues throughout. I think, again, the technical questions, I think everybody answered them very, very well. I nitpicked at very specific terms that folks used and different answers that we got. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of where we're at. But I think we're kind of deciding between two firms right now, Clark Hill or Foster Swift, which I both think are great options. But Dana, did you have anything that you wanted to say? If you don't mind me putting you on the spot a little bit, you had these two as your top two, and you had said Foster Swift was narrowly ahead. Would you mind explaining why?
Well, something else I wanted to uplift about Foster and Swift was they did answer the question very well about their experience with library law.
Oh, yeah.
That felt really comfortable. And I know it was something that we said we value for the city of East Lansing. They also talked about the open meetings and the FOIA. And so again, it just made me feel like they would teach us stuff. They would make sure we were doing things legally. And the last thing I want to state that I wrote down was how the person broke down their role as the firm and our role as city council, and just really understanding like how that relationship is going to work, where each other begins and where each other ends. And I thought that was cool and important.
Great, and just as a point of clarification, one of the reasons why I asked that of them is because it was mentioned specifically as a level of expertise for one of their people, and I kind of wanted to hear a little bit more about that. But other firms either represent, some libraries or, listed that as a level of expertise. It was highlighted a few times in Foster Swift, and I just know it was something that we wanted to address specifically. So that's why I asked the question of them and not necessarily others. Which again, and Councilmember Bacon, I'll get to you in 1 second. But again, it was just kind of like when you have open conversations where you're kind of reacting to individual RFPs. That's why I asked that question of them and not the other people that were here. So Councilmember Bacon.
Yeah, I think, and I wrote this down about Foster and Swift. I found them cohesive. And actually, when they were first beginning the presentation, I was kind of anti the big group in my probably bias.
Sure.
But they were so cohesive, I actually couldn't tell who was going to be the lead initially. Like I couldn't, it's like watching a really good team. They all seemed really talented at their level. If I had to take a swatch of I had put down with Robert and Ann and everyone that was in that group, I was just like, okay, any one of these people could, and it didn't come until later where someone said, we'll be your lead. I think it was Ann. Like, well, I'll be your primary or something. I couldn't tell who from that subsection. It just jumped out at me like, okay, there's this bench as we were talking about. And I had it kind of as a disadvantage in my preliminary pass through all this, but the cohesiveness of the entire group and what it was really difficult to tell who was going to be that primary, that lead. I could kind of tell with all the other organizations, I could not pick up on who was going to, they all stood out. That jumped out at me. So.
And I want to say that I believe it was Michael Homier that said that he was going to be the lead and then rely on other folks when necessary, just as a point of clarification. So Councilmember Babcock. Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I keep pulling the earplugs in and out. Yeah, I think it was going to be Mr. Homier, who I can't tell if he's based in Grand Rapids or Lansing. He is pretty highly regarded, or at least he's frequently featured in the alumni magazine, which I read just to get some idea of, oh, never mind. I have yet to grace the cover. I'm sure you'll be shocked.
One of these days.
So, yeah, I kind of was put off by the sales pitch of Foster. We're going to save the taxpayers money, and yeah, guys, I guess that's where my problem with Foster was. Some of the answers seemed too much sales driven and too much like buying car insurance. you know what I mean. I have no doubt of their depth. I believe Ms. Surink represents the Michigan Library Association. So for whatever that's worth, I don't know if our library has conflicts with them. I don't think so. I don't know. Just putting that out there, I guess. I am worried about Foster and the money situation, because that could have been spelled out. And that does worry me, especially with that many people potentially working as our point of contact. But
so let me push back on that a little bit, just because I think that the money situation is sorted out in the contract. And once we have the terms of that contract, if we're putting a cap on things, whether it's monthly or it's yearly, as some people had outlined, we're not talking about voting on a contract right now. I think we're talking about the firms individually. And I will say that is very big priority when it comes to passing the contract itself. Not necessarily this discussion, I mean, it forms this discussion, but passing the contract itself, it is a pretty valid thing. But I don't necessarily think that, based on what they said, I had confidence that we could come to an arrangement that would be beneficial to using tax money in an effective way. I mean, the whole saving us money thing, I don't know if that's true. I'm not banking on that, not to make a pun, but I do think that if we can establish a system in which we are limiting our costs, I think that is helpful. And I think that addresses that issue, truthfully, but I'm open to other opinions. Anybody else on that? Cost issue, or just in general in this conversation? I know folks are thinking right now, and that's okay as well. Go ahead, Councilmember Babcock, you are muted, I think, again, or headphones are out or something. Can't hear you. Oh, there we go, maybe.
okay, good. I just beat on the machine. It'll turn it on, turn it back off.
Percussive maintenance, yes.
It's a classic method, well regarded.
So we are, today is September 4th. So Mr. Lahanas, how quickly do you think we can turn this contract around?
I think I was thinking that if you made a decision tonight, I'm hoping that we could have something for you on the 15th for council to approve, giving us the 2 weeks to make sure that everyone's in place, has an orientation at the court, and has talked to the Mr. Yaden to make sure that important files are transferred and we have those files ready to go. So that's what I was hoping to have, but that would mean making a decision, perhaps if council wants us to give us some direction and say that there's a cap that Foster Swift, and see if there's an annual cap that we can put on the contract to say that it will not be above this dollar amount. That might be something that we could do. But, we are tight on time is what
I'm definitely interested in more of the annual cap than even the monthly cap, because I think they should be allowed to have surge work, or if something's really going on with the city. I mean, we do
have seasonal, because of the arrival of fall and the arrival with spring, that there are seasonal fluctuations certainly in how things tend to go at the city.
And to Mayor Pro Tem Greg's question around COVID, there's just unexpected, the COVID question was embedded in there, and we don't even know if there's things around COVID that we're not even anticipating yet from a legal perspective. So that's in the back of my mind as well.
Go ahead, Council, or Mayor Pro Tem.
I think Ms. Mueller's answer to that COVID question was my favorite of the night, actually, because she talked about COVID, but she also talked about greater emergency management. And I think that's one of the things that we really came up against with COVID, is that our emergency plan was really not written for a disease pandemic. It was really more written for like a flood or a tornado. And so we didn't have some of the tools built into our plan that would have been helpful for us from the beginning, because it was not really the right kind of emergency. So the fact that she answered COVID, but then also kind of more broadly talked about what sounded like a pretty hefty breadth of experience with emergency planning and interagency emergency planning was like part of what I really, what really made me feel like she was the lady for me.
Go ahead, Councilmember Babcock.
I think she was just thumbs upping.
Oh, yeah.
Thumbs upping Jesse.
No, I would agree with that. I'd also say, honestly, Foster Swift's response on COVID, them starting a task force within their own firm and addressing some of the specific issues that they've, dealt with in different cities, I think that was good too. But I would agree with you, just in terms of framing it around emergency management. I agree. I think that answer was really good. So I guess where are we at? We're part of this conversation. I really want to, get to a point where we're all on board with the same thing. We do have a pretty accelerated timeline here, because, obviously we need to get somebody on board soon. But at this point, I still have 3 top, selections for Foster Swift, 1 top selection for Clark Hill, 1 second selection for Clark Hill, and 1 second selection for Clark Hill. So we are still a little bit divided in this, but I would say the advantage goes to Foster Swift right now. But as weird as it sounds, Dana, I think you might be the person somewhat in the middle, because you had mentioned both. And I think that Jesse had just said Clark Hill, and Lisa had said Clark Hill and 1 other firm that wasn't mentioned by other folks, and Ron and I had just mentioned Foster Swift. So as unfortunate as this is for you as a new council member, I think a lot of this decision, falls on you in terms of majority. So.
Well, so just to clarify, we need a vote on this, because we could just move to vote and see how it went down and not make poor Dana outline more of her opinion.
Sorry, I'm more proponent of a bunch of discussion, but I'm happy to go forward with the vote if that's what council wants to do. Go ahead.
Eric's got a question.
Councilmember Babcock. Oh yeah. There you
This
go.
is what, her 3rd meeting? Sure. Put her on the spot.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry.
I didn't want to take any agency away from you, Dana, if you did want to.
Oh, go.
How would we frame the motion, Aaron, to move forward?
Okay.
Are we ready for that?
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. So I will make a motion to instruct the city manager and our labor attorney to begin negotiations with Foster Swift for the purpose of assigning a contract for the position of city attorney within the city of East Lansing, and to bring that contract back to the city council for approval at a future meeting. Go ahead, city manager.
You want to mention a 1-year duration, and did you want to mention the a maximum amount? Both of those items, or no? Not that it's. Are you?
I'll wait for a second, and then if somebody would like to make an amendment for both of those, I'd be more than happy to hear that as a friendly amendment. So I will wait for a second on my original motion.
I'll second.
It was seconded by Councilmember Bacon. Are there any amendments?
With a friendly amendment to cap at 500,000 and for a 1-year duration.
That friendly amendment is accepted by me, the maker of the motion. So we have a motion on the table. Any discussion?
I do have a question.
Yep.
What were you guys used to with response time?
Very, very quickly.
Okay, so you've grown accustomed to quick responses.
Absolutely. And I would like to make sure that that's made an expectation, honestly. And that's part of the conversation. And I think that it will be. I think that there was an indication, honestly, with my one concern during the interview where it was saying standard time of 4 hours. But the truth is that I'm hoping this firm understands that standard and practical are not necessarily one and the same. So I'm hoping that response time is addressed as well.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Great. I'll say just one thing. This is a difficult process, but I think any of these forms would have been great. I think we're going with a good firm with a lot of experience, background, and I think that we need a lot of that as we're going into the next year here. I'm excited to move forward. I'm glad that we are able to get this, at least the first or maybe sixth step of this done, and looking forward to reviewing a contract at a future meeting. Thanks for everybody that stayed with us. Thanks for everybody that interviewed. Again, I can't explain the depth of experience that was there today and how many different opinions that we heard. And honestly, I'm taking notes on every different interview and different aspects of them that just got brought up that I think we should continue to consider. So I think we've made a good choice. If this motion passes, we'll make a good choice. Sorry. If this motion passes, we will have made a good choice going forward, and I'm looking forward to getting some work done. So I'll call for a roll call vote as well. If the clerk will please call the roll.
Councilmember Babcock?
Councilmember Babcock, could you repeat?
Yes.
Is that a vote in the affirmative?
Yes.
Councilmember Bacon?
Yes.
Councilmember Watson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Greg?
No.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes. Okay. With all those votes in, that vote passes 4-1. We are now at the end of our agenda. The last thing on our agenda is written communications. Normally this is the beginning, but all written communications received by council are posted on the online agenda packet. If something wasn't on there, please do let us know. I know that we normally say it in the beginning, but that was how our agenda was structured. So I appreciate everybody being on the phone with us. Thanks to everybody that interviewed. Looking forward to continuing this process going forward. Thanks everybody on council for sticking around for another long meeting.